In the last video, we discussed how to install the Visual Studio Code and we saw the first web page. Now, in this video, we are going to discuss some more basic HTML tags with the syntax. Let's get started. Now, the first tag is comment tag. To write the comment tag, we need to write exclamatory hyphen hyphen and write your content. But that won't render on the web page. Now, if I write h1 tag, let's say welcome to board infinity, close the h1 tag. So that is getting rendered, that is getting displayed on the web page. So now if I comment the h1 tag, what will happen? So if I comment the h1 tag by using exclamatory mark and close the tag, so that tag is not getting rendered. So this is how your comment tag will work. Next, we are just going to look into doc type. Doc type will give you the information of the browser. This won't display on the web page, rather it will tell you the information what type of HTML version you are using it. Then next to it, we are just going to write the HTML tag, that is the root element of the web page. Once you return the HTML, you need to write head tag. This head tag contains the information of the browser. Here, inside the head tag, we need to write title tag. This is the web page title. When you render your page, you can see at the head of the browser. So here, if you see, I open the title tag and I close the title tag. Like that, I need to close the head tag, I need to close the HTML tag. Now I'm closing the head tag. Okay, good. Now, after that, I need to put the body tag. Body tag is the tag which we will see. Whatever we are typing inside the body tag, we are just going to see it on the web page. But this won't get rendered because the tag is comment tag. Write your own design, that won't get rendered. Close the body tag. Once you close the body tag, I need to close the HTML tag. So body tag is closed, then head tag is closed. Like that, you need to close all the open tags except doc type. So I'm just closing the HTML tag. So now I didn't write anything. I didn't write any code. So now I'm going to write something. So let's create some code inside the body tag. Let's say h4 tag, welcome to web session. Good. Now you can see that is got rendered in the web page. So then I will write h1 tag, let's say board infinity, close the h1 tag. Put the forward slash, that is the closing. So now everything is rendered on the view page. Now let's write some other tag. Let's say h6, that is the last heading tag. Learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and close the h6 tag. Like this, you can have the different font size by using different HTML tags. And this is the basic structure of the HTML. If I want to give the horizontal line, I have to use HR tag. If you see the right hand side, you can see the horizontal line. That is HR tag. Now, if you want to give the break, that means if you want to give spacing in between the lines, then you can give BR tag. So that will help you to give the spacing in between the lines in the HTML. Now, in this video, we saw some basic HTML tags. So the next video, we are just going to look into some formatting tags in the HTML. In the last video, we discussed some of the basic HTML tags. In this video, we are going to see some formatting tags. Well, what is formatting? Formatting means to display the data in the proper format. Let's get started. I just add the title to the web page, Learn HTML. Perfect. Now inside the body, I will add the first formatting tag called abbreviation tag. Let's start with opening tag, then closing tag. Inside that, I'm just going to write HTML. Okay, I written my first formatting tag that is getting rendered in the web view. Now, nothing is happening. Now I'll add the title attribute. I'll talk about the attribute later in the future video. Hypertext, markup, language. So now, if you take a look in the right hand side, it will show up the tooltip hypertext markup language which I given in the title. So this is how your abbreviation tag is working in the HTML. Now the next tag is called address tag. So if you want to define the contact information for the author or owner of the document or on any article, the contact information can be email address, URL, physical address, anything it might be. Now before that, I'll add the anchor tag. It will give you a link, so that I'll add the href attribute. Let's say mail to board infinity at live.com. I'll close the anchor tag. Now inside the anchor tag, I'll just write web instructor. You can see the color is changing for the web instructor alone because of the anchor tag. Okay, so now I'm just going to add address. I'll add the BR tag for spacing and visit us at, I'm just going to give some link to it. Let's say boardinfinity.com, BR tag. Now I don't want to display that in the same line. So what I will do, I'll just copy the boardinfinity.com along with the BR and put it in the next line. Perfect. Add the BR so that everything will come in the separate line. Then I just want to type some country name, let's say India, then add BR tag so that you'll get some spacing. This is the address tag we can represent in the website. B tag. B tag is a bold tag. It specifies the bold text without any extra importance. Let's say I'll write paragraph tag, welcome to Board Infinity. I just want to highlight the Board Infinity alone. Then I can use the bold tag, B tag. You can see the changes in the web view. That's it. You can able to bold some of the text in the entire statement. The next tag we are just going to see is a BDI tag. What do you mean by BDI? That is bidirectional isolation. I'll write the Arabic word in terms of hello world. Let's say I'll copy from the Google Translator. This is hello world in Arabic. Let's say I'll put the colon, I'll put the conversion hello world. Let's close the paragraph tag. It looks good, but where is the problem arise? I'll write again. If I print this, no problem. So I'll copy paste this so that I will just remove the hello world. Instead of that, I'll type 100. I add the numeric value so that if you see, it's not allowing me to write at the end of the statement. It is printing also in the front of the word. So what I can do, print that after the text. So I'll write again the paragraph tag. Then I'll write the Arabic word. I'll copy the Arabic word. Then paste it over here. Then put the colon. Instead of colon, I'm just going to add BDI tag, that is bidirectional isolation. So inside this tag, I'm just going to copy this Arabic word. So paste it over here. Remove the outer part. So that now close the paragraph tag. Perfect. Now you can able to see, I can able to write after the reverse, I can able to write the code. I can able to write the numerical value. Okay, this is how you have to perform BDI tag in the HTML. The next tag is BDO tag. BDO stands for bidirectional override. So this is the syntax of BDO. So I return wow mom. So I have a parameter, that is attribute I have, that is direction, dir equal to, let's say LTR, left to right. Okay, so now nothing will happen because we are in the proper direction. Now if I want to print it reverse, then I need to change this to, let's say I'll write it again. Instead of this, RTL. Then if you see, it is printing mom wow. Okay, so if you want, I'll print it again. Copy this and paste it over here. Now this time is LTR. So now you can able to see the first line is printed wow mom, the second line printed mom wow. So LTR means left to right, then RTL means right to left. Perfect. Add some spacing. Then next tag is site tag. The site tag defines the title of the creative work. Either it is a book or a poem or a song or a movie or a painting. Let's add the paragraph tag to it. Let's say Introduction to Algorithms by Thomas H. Corman, written by 1989. Okay, I added the paragraph tag. Now, once I added, I need to cite this information. How to do that? Just add the cite tag for the introduction to the algorithms. Let's add the cite tag inside the paragraph tag and close that at the end of the introduction to the algorithms. So you have to give for the book name, poem, song or something. Okay, now introduction to algorithms alone, it's coming in the italic. Okay, so this is how you can write your citing information. Then next tag is code tag. The code tag is used to define a piece of computer code. Let's say I'll add the paragraph tag, the HTML code tag. Inside that I'll add address tag. So you can see the color is changing. So this is how if you are writing some article or tutorial, you can add the code inside the code tag. Let's say defines. If you add the angular bracket, it won't appear. Okay, so without angular brackets, you need to write the tag name alone. If it is a valid tag name, then it will appear on the screen. Tag defines the contact information. Then I'll add one more example. Write paragraph tag, the CSS, add the code tag. Let's say add the CSS property. Background color, let's put it red color. Let's close the code tag. Then write the paragraph tag. Property defines the background color of an element. Okay, this is how your code tag will work. The next tag is delete tag. The delete tag defines the text that has been deleted from the document. Browsers will usually strike the line through deleted text. Let's say my favorite color is not a green. Close the paragraph tag. Now green color is not my favorite, so that to indicate that, I'll add the delete tag. So like I said, the browser will strike the line through the text. That is the indication of the delete tag. Okay, the next tag is definition tag. Definition tag specifies the term that is going to be defined within the content. So first I'll write the h1 tag for the example. Let's say the definition element. Got it. Then I'll write the paragraph tag. Inside that I'll write HTML is the standard markup language for creating web pages. Close the paragraph tag. To indicate the definition of the sentence of the definition, to differentiate the HTML, I need to add the define tag, DFN, and close wherever you want to define it. Now here I wanted to encapsulate with the HTML. Now you can see the changes in the web page. There HTML alone, it's getting rendered in the italic. Now the next tag is EM tag. The EM tag is used to define, emphasize the text. Usually the content inside is typically displayed in italic style. Let's say you have to hurry up. Now there is no difference in the browser view. So to emphasize the text, I'm going to add the EM tag in front of have. So now the screen recorder will pronounce the word EM with emphasis using verbal stress. That's it. We saw the set of formatting tags so that we can format the website with the help of these tags. The next video, we are going to see some more tags so that it will be helpful for formatting our web page. In the last video, we saw some of the formatting tags. In this video also, we are going to see some more formatting tags. Let's get started. The first tag is I tag. The I tag defines the part of the text in an alternative voice or a mood. The content inside is italic, is displayed in an italic format. Let's write that. Let's write paragraph tag, then I tag. Inside the I tag, I'm just going to write board infinity. And I'm going to write is the most popular edtech in India. Then close the paragraph tag. Now the board infinity alone, it's showing in the italic format. Now we will see the next tag is insert tag. The insert tag defines the text that has been inserted into a document. The browser will usually underline the inserted text. Let's see how to write that. First I'll write the paragraph, then I'll write my favorite color is, then I'll write delete tag, which we saw in the previous video. Then I'll write insert tag. Let's say insert. I'll write my blue color. I close the paragraph tag. Now if you see, the green color is striked out and the blue is come with the underline. So this is how you can write your delete and the insert tag inside the HTML. Now let's see the next tag. The next tag is KBD tag. The KBD tag is used to define the keyboard input. The content inside is displayed the browser default font. Let's see how to write the keyboard input tag. Let's write paragraph tag, press and KBD tag, control and close the KDB tag, plus and again write the KDB tag and write capital C and close the KDB tag. Let's write to copy text in Windows and close the paragraph tag. So this is how you can write the comments in the web page. The next tag we are going to see mark tag. The mark tag defines the text that should be marked or highlighted. Let's see how to write that. Before that, I'm just writing paragraph. Do not forget to buy flowers today. And close the paragraph tag. Now, to highlight the flowers, I'm going to add the mark tag. Let's add the mark tag in front of the flowers. And close the mark tag. So now in the web page, flowers alone is getting highlighted. So this is how you can use the highlight tag inside the HTML. Now the next tag we are going to see is meter tag. The meter tag defines a scalar measurement within the range or a fractional value. This is also known as gauge. Example, disk usage or the relevance of the query result, etc. The meter tag, we'll see how to write it. Before writing meter tag, I'll write label, then write disk usage, close the label tag. Then write the meter tag. Meter tag, inside that write, let's say 60%, but that is not displayed on the web view. So to display that, I need to add the parameter, that is attribute called value, equal to, let's say 6.0, let's say 0.6. So now it is getting displayed on the web view. So this is how you will use the meter tag inside the web page. Next, we will see the progress tag. The progress tag represents the completion of the task. Let's write that. Like meter tag, I'll use the label tag. Let's say downloading progress. Close the label tag. And write the progress tag. And you can see the difference in the website view. Inside the progress bar, I'm just going to add the value. Let's say value equal to 32. Now I can't see the difference in the web page. So what I want to do is I need to give the maximum value. Give the max attribute equal to 100. Now you can see the difference is in the web view. So this is how your downloading progress bar is working in the HTML. The next tag is pre-tag. The pre-tag defines the pre-formatted text. The text in the pre-element is displayed in the fixed width font. The text preserves both spaces and the line breaks. Let's see how to write that. I'm writing pre-tag. Inside that, I'm going to write some text. Let's say HTML is the markup language. Then I'm going to write it consists of tags. If you see the web view, you can see the difference. It's printing as it is. Now I'll just add one more line. It renders output in the browser. And close the pre-tag. Now if you see the indentation is happening in the web view, it's coming as it is how I written in the HTML page. So let's give some spaces, so that is also getting reflected in the web view. So if you want to display the exactly what you written on the HTML source code, then you can use the pre-tag. The next tag we are going to see is Q tag. The Q tag defines a short quotation. Browsers normally insert the quotation mark around the quotation. Let's see how to write the quotation tag. Let's write paragraph tag. Today's quote Then add the Q tag. Write everything has beauty, but not everyone can see. And close the quotation tag. Now close the paragraph tag. Now you can see that everything has beauty has not everyone can see is enabled with quote. I writing the author name also. So this is how it look in the browser. Like this you can add more number of quotations into your web page. The next tag we are going to discuss is S tag. The S tag specifies the text that no longer correct or accurate. In the last video we saw delete tag perform the same operation. In this case there is no major difference in the browser rendering process. So let's write the S tag, let's see how it is working. Before writing S tag, I'll write paragraph tag first. Paragraph tag, then S tag, close the S tag, then close the paragraph tag. Inside the S tag, let's write only 50 copies left out. You can see the output in the web view. Now to add it to it, I'll add anchor tag, order now. To make it interesting, I'll add the href attribute so the anchor tag look like clickable. You can see that. So now I'm just going to explain the next tag called sample tag. The sample tag is used to define the sample output from the computer program. The content inside is displayed in the browser default font. You can't see much difference, but it will be compared with keyboard input tag. Let's see how to write the sample tag. Let's write the paragraph tag, then sample tag. Inside the sample tag, I'll just write, let's say file not found, then press F1 to continue. So this is how it is rendered in the web page. So now we'll add the BR tag to look good. That's it. This is how you will write the sample tag inside the HTML. Now we will see the next tag called small tag. The small tag defines smaller text like copyright or other site comments. Let's see how to write the small tag. First I'll write the paragraph tag and small tag. Write any text you wanted. Let's say small tag, p tag, comma, bold tag, and close the small tag and close the paragraph tag too. So this is how your small tag is working in the HTML, and you can see the difference by typing normal paragraph tag. Let's say we are learning formatting HTML tags. That's it. These are the another set of formatting tags. In the next video, we are going to explore some more formatting tags in the HTML. In the last video, we discussed some of the formatting tags, which is helpful for us while developing the website. In this video, we will see some more formatting tags. Let's get started. The first tag we are going to see is a strong tag. The strong tag is used to define the text with a strong importance. The content inside is typically displayed in the bold. For example, we can use the bold tag also in the same scenario. Let's write the strong tag. Inside the strong tag, I'll write the sentence, "This is important formatting tag in HTML," and close the strong tag. If you see that it is getting bold in the web view. So instead of this, you can use the bold tag also, so that it will give you the similar look and feel how the text is getting bold. The next tag we are going to see is sub tag, that is subscript text. The subscript text appears of a character below the normal line, and it's sometimes rendered in the smaller font. This can be used in like chemical formulas or mathematical equations like that. Let's see how to write that. Let's put X, then subtag, then give 10. It will look like a base, and close the subtag and give some equation, rough equation. If you see that is getting rendered on the web view, X base 10 minus 2. The base 10, it's working perfectly. Let's do the second type. H subtag 2, close the subtag and write the capital letter O. So now if you take a look in the web view, it is coming as a base, that is H2O. Okay, so it's looking like a chemical formula. So this is how we can write the subscript tag in the HTML. The next tag we are going to see superscript tag. The superscript tag appears of a character above the normal line, and it is sometimes rendered in a smaller font. The superscript text can be used for footnotes also. Let's see how to write that. Let's write paragraph tag and superscript tag, then write base 2 and put plus symbol and write B and write superscript again, so that you can see what I am writing on the web page. It says a squared plus b squared is equal to ab squared is equal to ab, then sub tag, that is super tag, superscript tag. That's it. You can see that I can simply write the mathematical formula with the help of the superscript tag. This is how you can write more mathematical formula on the web page. The next tag is time tag. The time tag defines a specific time or a date time. Let's write that. Let's write paragraph tag, shop open from, use the time tag and write the time and close the time tag. To again close the closing time, close the time tag. Let's say every weekends, close the paragraph tag. So this is how you can show or display the time with the help of time tag. Even you can use the date time attribute also. The next tag we are going to see is U tag, that is underline tag. Represents style differently from normal text with underline. Let's write the paragraph tag. This is, then add the U tag, underline and close the U tag and write text and close the paragraph tag. So this is how you can write underline text in the HTML. So you can avoid using anchor tag when you are using underline tag. Okay. The next tag is variable tag. The variable tag is used to define a variable in programming or in a mathematical expression. The content inside is typically displayed in italic format. Let's see how to write that. Let's first write the paragraph tag and write the area of a triangle 1/2 x and use the variable tag and write b inside that and write x and open the variable tag and write h inside that and close the variable tag and write where open the variable tag and write b and close the variable tag is the base and open the variable tag again for the h and close the variable tag is the vertical height and close the paragraph tag. The right hand side in the web view you can see the area of a triangle is 1/2 into b into h where b is the base and h is the vertical height. Like this, if you want to give a definition of a mathematical formula, yes, you can do with a variable tag. Yes. Next tag we are going to see is WBR tag. The WBR tag is the word break opportunity tag. Specifies where in a text it could be okay to add the line break. When a word is too long, the browser might break it in the wrong place. You can use the WBR element to add the word break opportunities. Let's see how to write that. Let's write to learn Ajax. You must be familiar with the XML and write the WBR tag. Inside that write HTTP and again write the WBR and write request object and close the paragraph tag. In this case, we use the WBR to represent the HTML request object. Actually, technically, this word is represented as a single word, HTTP request. That's why we are using WBR tag not to break it so that it will come in a one single word. So far we see many formatting tags so that you can now get an idea how to represent your data in the website. Now, in the next session, we will take a look of how to use the forms and the input tags. In the last video, we discussed some of the formatting tags, which is helpful for us while developing the website. In this video, we are going to take a look at forms and the input tags, which are essential to interact with the users and to send the data to the server. Let's see how to write the first form tag. The form tag is used to create an HTML form user input. This is how you will write the form tag. So this is the parent of all your input element. Let's see how to write the input element. The first input element we are going to see is input tag. The input tag specifies the input field where the user can enter the data. The input element can be displayed in several ways depending on the type of attribute. For example, if you want to give an input as a text, then you can give type as a text. Or if you want to give number, type as a number. First, we will write the default one, text. So this is how you will write the input tag in the HTML. But we have to mention the type. Just type type attribute. Let's say text and ID is another attribute to represent, or it is a unique identification of a tag. Let's say I'll write S name because I'm going to capture the student name from this field. I have another field called name attribute. Using this attribute, we are going to send the data to the server. So we'll have a practice of writing the name attribute too. So once I completed the input tag, you can able to see that is getting generated on the web page. So here you can start typing your input on the web page, but it's not a correct way of doing it. So we need another tag to represent what kind of data I supposed to give. That means user supposed to give. Let's see what is the tag is. The tag is label tag. The label tag defines a label for several elements. It's just a representation or giving an insight of what exact input the user has to give on the web page. Let's see how to write that. Before input tag, start writing the label tag. You have to close the label tag. Inside the label tag, you have to give the text which you want to display. Enter the student name. So now you can see that is looking good. So now nobody has to explain what user has to type in. Now I will add one more attribute called for attribute in the label tag. For equal to, then say S name. Now you can able to clearly understand the ID attribute and the name attribute which I provided that gets binded with the label attribute. So the for attribute of a label tag should be equal to the ID attribute of the input tag. So this is how it is the element get binded together so that you can retrieve the value properly. The next tag we are going to see select tag. The select element is used to create a drop-down list. The select element is most often used in the form to collect the user input. The name attribute is needed to reference the form data after the form is submitted. Let's see how to write that. Like how I written the input tag with the label, I'm just going to write the same way for the select tag also. Let's write the label. Inside that, choose the subject and close the label tag. To get binded with the select tag, we need for tag. So I'm writing the for tag. Let's write subjects. Now I just want to write the select tag. Let's see how to write that. Select tag. Inside that, I need close the first write the select tag and close the select tag. Inside the select tag, as I told you before, I need to show up the drop down list. So I'm going to handle multiple values in it. So to handle the multiple values, I need to going to add some of the options. The tag name is called option tag. Inside the option tag, I'm going to write, let's say, data science. Then second option is web development and close the option, and have the third option as computer graphics. Then fourth option is, let's say, data structure. Now I have 4 options under my select tag. Let's see how it is getting printed on the web view. So you can have like this, you can have multiple values, it can be listed on the web view. To get binded these values and to send the data in the future videos, we need to add some more attributes to the option tag. Let's see how to write that. First of all, I add the value attribute, and you need to give data science. What is the value you mention inside this? You have to give same, so that whenever the user is selecting this option tag, that data will be passed on to the server or for the further manipulation in the JavaScript. Let's write web development. So again, value equal to, let's say, I'll copy this, computer graphics, and paste it over here. Like this, I'll add the data structure too. That's it. So now whenever the user is selecting that data alone, it gets sent to the server or for the JavaScript manipulation. So now we need to add one more attribute called ID attribute to get binded with this label and this select tag. So ID equal to, as you know, we have to give the same name as the ID as well as the for name should be, for attribute should have the same values. So this is how this label is getting binded with this select tag. Now to represent in the different line, I'll just add the BR tag for the convenience. Okay, good. So far so good. So now we will learn. Now the next tag is text area tag. The text area tag is the opposite to the input tag. In the input tag, you can get only single line of data. But in the text area tag, you can get the multiple values, you can get the input. So let's see how to write that. The same way how I did for the last two tags, I'm going to write the first label tag. let's say why are you selecting above subject, and close the label tag. It's just a kind of enrollment of the subject. So now after the label tag, I just want to write the text area tag. The text area tag defines a multiple line text input control. The element is often used in a form to collect the user inputs like comments or the reviews or a reason, anything. The text area can hold an unlimited number of characters, and the text renders in the fixed width font. The fixed width font, it should remembers you the pre-tag. The size of the text area is specified by the columns and the rows attributes. Let's see how to write that. So now I'm just going to close the text area so that you can see the big box is coming. You can able to resize it as per your wish. So now to having that, I'm just adding the name attribute, or you can add the ID attribute also. Then I need what is the default size I wanted. In case I want how many rows and how many columns I wanted to represent the size of the text area. Let's see, rows I can say 10, then columns, this is the short form, so this much you will get it, but I don't want it, so I can want it only 3. So column might be 10, so it might be very small, so I can make it 30. Yes, now it's looking good. So now to make it better, I'll just copy the BR tag so that I'll paste it over here. So Control A, do the formatting. So now the code is also looking good, and the website view also is looking good. So now I can type say Rogan, then type web development, and why you are selecting the above subject, because I'm interested in this subject. This is how you can see how it is getting rendered on the web view. In this video, we saw some of the form input tag. The next video, we'll see some more form input tag. In the last video, we saw some of the form input tag. In this video also, we are just going to continue the process and see some more form input tag. Let's get started. The first input tag, that is, it's not under the category of input, it's a separate tag called button tag. The button tag defines a clickable button. Inside the button element, you can put any tags such as B tag, strong tag, image tag, etc. Let's see how to write that. I'll just encapsulate with the form. First write the form tag. Inside that, I'm just going to write the button tag. That's it. But you can't see that in the very good manner in the web view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the appropriate attribute called type equal to, let's say, button. So now, yes, you can able to see that some view in the web view. So let's write that, click. So now you will get the very basic or default button view in the web page. Let's see in the action. Anyway, we can add the JavaScript for the clickable functionality, but in this video, I'm just going to cover up the attribute which is required to perform the click operation. OnClick is equal to alert is a method. It's going to alert, or it's going to show the pop-up in the web view. Close it. So this is how you can have the attribute functionality on click to perform the click operation on the web browser. Let's see that. Yes, it's working. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to look for another tag called field set tag. The field set tag is used to group the related elements in the form. The field set tag draws a box around the related elements. Inside that, we are going to have combination of different form tags. Let's see how to write that. Field set. Inside the field set, you are going to write the legend tag. The legend tag defines the caption for the field set element. So whenever you are writing field set, you are supposed to write the legend tag. So let's write the legend tag. So now you can see the box is already coming on the screen. So let's continue and complete the code. Close the legend tag. Inside the legend tag, I'm just going to write the meaningful text. Enter your subject choice. So now you can able to relate what the legend tag is doing. So after the legend tag, I'm going to add the label, add some more meaningful to this legend tag. So inside the label, I'm going to say first choice of your subjects. So now I added the label tag. Now followed by that, I need to add the input tag, that how we did in the last video. So type, it's going to be text. I'm going to add the attribute ID equal to first subject name. I'm writing the shortest name, and name attribute FS name. To avoid the confusion, I'm giving the same name for ID and name. If you want, you can give the different value. Value equal to subject 1. Adding the BR tag to make it look good. So if you don't want to display this value, you can use the placeholder anyway. So placeholder will give you the idea what to enter on the input field. It will disappear when you start writing the value on the field. So this is very useful when the user doesn't know what to fill on the input. The next, I'm just going to copy paste the label under the input tag so that I can repeat for the second subject. Just rename it second choice of your subject. Then change the ID and change the name. And here, subject 2. Add one more BR tag so that you will see the nice gap in between the elements. So now we are coming into the last section, that is input submit button. Because whenever we are sending a data to the server, we need to send the form data. So while sending the form data, we need a default action to be triggered from the form. So that default action is combined, or default action is linked to the submit button. But that is not a typical button. It will act as an input and the type would be the button. So let's see how to write that. Input and the type would be submit type. But it look like a button. So value, what the value you want to print it default, it will come with the submit. If you want anything else, you can say click, you can write it, or completed. So anything if you want to change on this, otherwise the default value, the submit button, will be displayed here. So the choice of giving value is completely on your hand. So now I can type anything, any subject I want. Let's say data science, then web development. Once I given the value in the input field, now you can take a look. I am going to submit the button. So what exactly going to happen? So this click button is different. It performs the operation what I mentioned inside the onClick function. But inside the submit button, I didn't give any action to be performed. So the default action is it's going to send the data, whatever the data which is encapsulated inside the form tag, that data is going to pass on to the server. if appropriate code is linked, then that corresponding code will take care of this value and manipulate whatever the functionality we given. Now, as of now, we didn't give any server code, so that I'm just going to submit and see what exactly it is going to happen. So let's take a look on this browser URL so that you can see what exactly it is going to happen after clicking the submit button. So let's click the submit button. Here you can see first subject name. The first subject name, it's coming from this name attribute. This name is equal to whatever the value I typed it, data science, that is taken, it's binded as a one value. Imagine that this is the variable name and this is the value. Like that, second subject name is equal to web development. So this is how your data is get embedded. This data is called form data. So in the next video, we'll see some more input tags so that you'll be more clear on the form input tag. In the last video, we discussed some of the form input tag. For example, select tag. In this video, we are going to extend ourselves and add some more feature to the select tag, as well as data list tag and the output tag. Let's get started. The first tag we are going to see today is opt group tag. The opt group tag is used to group related options in the select tag. For example, drop-down list. If you have a long list of options, groups of related options are easier to handle for a user to select the choices. Let's see how to write that. Before that, I'll just add the form tag. Inside the form tag, I'm just going to write the label so that whatever the label I want to display on the interface, I can able to write it. Choose the subject. So now I just want to add the select tag so that I can use the opt group so that we can categorize the subjects based on the year. So first, I'm just writing the select tag. Inside the select tag, inside that, I'm going to write opt group tag. Inside this, I'm going to write the options. Rather, outside the opt group, I'm going to put it inside the opt group tag. Let's say C++ programming. That is my option. I'll copy paste the value so that it will become in the web view. So now, if you can able to see, there is a white gap is there in the select tag. So to fill up, we need to add some more attribute to the opt group tag. Let's say label. Which label you are going to add it? Second year, then second year subjects. If you take a look, it is coming like this. So the category name is second year subjects. So like this, I'm going to add third year and final year subjects. So I'll copy paste for the easy. I'll copy paste for the time being. Algorithms, copy the algorithms and put it inside this. So again, copy the option and paste it over here. This time the subject is operating systems. So now I written the first successful opt group tag. Now I want to write the third year subjects. Simply, I'll copy this and paste it over there. Be careful, you just need to write all the opt groups inside the select tag. So now I'm just going to change this is as third year subjects. So third year subjects would be web development, then Python programming, and third subject would be computer graphics. So copy all the values in the appropriate field of options so that you will get the exact value that is displayed on the web view. So now you can able to see, you can select based on the groups, you can select the subjects. So that is whenever you have a very long data to be displayed on the drop down list, so that you can use the op group tag. So if you are interested, you can try to add the final year subject and the first year subject in the existing code. So the next tag we are going to see is data list tag. The data list tag specifies a list of predefined options for an input element. The data list tag is used to provide an autocomplete feature for the input elements. Users will see a drop-down list of predefined options as they input data. The data list element's ID attribute must be equal to input element list attribute. Let's see how to write the data list, and you will see the lot of similarities of the select tag as well as the data list tag. First, I'll write the label tag. Inside that, select your favorite browser. I'll add the BR tag to make it in the next line. Now, after adding the label tag, I just want to add the input field. That is input tag, I need to add it. Inside the input, after the input tag, I need to add the data list tag. Inside the data list tag, I just want to add the option tag. That's similar to the select tag. So inside the options, you can give whatever the value you wanted. So here, instead of giving inside this, we need to give Internet Explorer. So like this, I'm going to add all the browsers names so that it will be easy for us to select any one of that. So Firefox, Chrome, then I want the Opera, then Safari. So now if you take a look, you can now there is no values are added because we didn't bind this data list to this input field. That's what we need to do. So already I mentioned this is the data list. Actually this is populating the data. Now once I defined the data, I need to populate inside the input field. So I have to do with the help of ID attribute first. So first write the ID attribute, list of browsers. So use the same value to the input field. So here inside this list attribute, rather than value, I'm going to use the list so that automatically the multiple values get binded with the input tag. So now if you take a look, we have a lot of values. We have a list of values will be binded to this drop down list. Okay, and this is an alternative way to populate the values in the web view. Either you can use the select tag like this, and with the help of op group you can categorize the groups. The final tag under the form tag, we are going to see the output tag. The output tag is used to represent the result of the calculation. Don't worry, I'm going to add another method called onInput. That onInput, like onClick, we saw in the last video, that is the event attribute. And just take a look how to write that. In future video, I'll explain how it will work, how we can write other event attributes. Now, to understand the output tag, I'm writing the syntax of the output tag. Let's write the output tag. This is the output tag, but what is the purpose of it? So now I'm going to add two different input type. Let's say input. The type is, I'm going to use the range. So what is the range? You can see the slider whenever you are giving volume up or down. So by the time you can see the range. So you can move the slider with the help of the handler. You can change the values. So with the help of this, I'm going to pick some value from 0 to 100. So that is the minimum to maximum value of the slider. And I'm going to take an input of another text field. So I'm going to add it. The output is going to display on the output tag. Let's see how to write that. Either you can use the label or you can directly write the values here. So I just written the 0, 0, 2, and I'm just going to write ID equal to, you can give any name. I'm just taking first value. Then value is, let's say 50. So that is the initial value of the slider. So if I give 80, so it will be changed to 80. So that is the default value. So later on you can change it to any value. That is not a problem. But the default value, what value you want to set it, that value you have to give it here. So now the next one I need to add it. So 100 plus, then again add the input tag. In this time the input tag is going to be number. Then ID equal to second value. Value is going to be, I'm going to give some predefined value, let's say 50. So equal to, so now 0 to 100, that is the range, plus 50. So I can give any number inside this. I'm going to add it with this 50, and I can change this value also to get the output here. So let's see how to write that. Add some BR tags. Now to add these two numbers in and to get the reference of it, I need to give the for attribute. Let's see how to give that. So now I'm just going to add the for attribute equal to, I'm going to give first value and second value. So I binded the attributes so that the values will be directly come into the output tag. Now I'll give some name to it. Let's say X, or I can give a result. Now I didn't give any value here, so dynamically the value is getting loaded on the web page. Let's see how it is happening. After the output, I need some trigger. So to get the trigger, I'm just going to add the input, but this time the type is going to be submit. Value submit. So now once I added the submit, I'm just going to click on the submit button. To get the proper alignment, I'm just going to add some BR tags so that it will look good. So that's it. So now I'm just going to add these two. So I don't want these two elements to be displayed, so I'm just going to remove this for the convenient. So now I got the slider, then I got the values, so I need the output here. To get the output, I'm just going to add, like how I added the on click, like that I'm going to add the on input attribute to the form. Here I'm just going to use double quotes. In last video we used the alert method to display something on the web view. Here my intention to change the value of the output tag. So the output tag has the attribute called value, like how I got it in the input tag. Same thing, I'm going to use it for this output. So let's say the result is the name of the output tag dot value equal to, put the bracket. So inside this, I'm going to calculate the values of this first value and the second value. Let's do that. First value dot value. Take the first value, then plus second value dot value. So I'm just added the first value and the second value so that the output result is going to be in the result.value. Let's see whether it is working or not. So nothing is displayed because we didn't add the name attribute, because the name attribute is the attribute to send the data to the server. So here we need to add the name attribute called first value. Like here also, name is second value. So now once we added the name attribute, now everything looks good. Let's see how it is working. So now I'll remove this. Now I'll click submit. Now I got the 50 and the 50, but I couldn't get the output on the output field. So let's see what I can do in this. So now once you added this into input tag, I added the output tag. So whenever I'm clicking submit or whenever I'm just moving the slider on the change of the input, the value should supposed to change. To get that, I just want to change the type of the value because this is a string. So I need to change that to the integer. To do that, I just want to use the parse int is a method we'll have in the JavaScript that will take the input as a string and convert the output as an integer. So now I got the first value.value, second value.value, then result.value equal to this one. So let's see how it is working. So now you can able to see how it is working. Whenever I'm changing the input, it is working. Because I give on input, whenever the input is value is changing, it will work. Let's see. I'll keep that in 50. Now I'll change this to 0. So now you can able to see either one of this is getting changed also, it is working perfectly. Okay, so this is how this on input attribute is helping us to perform the output field. The output field is showing up the result of the value. If you want, you can do this based on the click of the submit button too. That's it. In this video, we saw form input tag. The next video, we are going to see frame tag and the image tag, which is helpful while you are developing a website. In the last video, we discussed SVG tags and lot of image tags too. To extend that, in this video, we are going to discuss some more audio tag and the video tag and how to add the subtitle to the video tag. First, the audio tag is used to embed sound content in a document, such as music or other audio streams. The audio tag contains one or more sources tag. The audio tag contains one or more source tag with different audio sources. There are 3 supported audio formats in HTML. First is MP3, WAV, and OGG. Let's see how to add the MP3 format in the HTML. Let's get started. Let's first add the audio tag. Inside the audio tag, I need to add the source. So before, I need to add the controls as an attribute so that you will get the default view of the music player. Inside the source, I need to add src. So already I have the sound, so that I'm going to use the sound, clapping sound. Next attribute is called type attribute. Here you have to mention what type of audio you're going to play. Let's say audio MP3. This you can get it with you can see the format dot. You can give the same in the type itself. So once you add it, we'll see how it is working on the web page. Perfect. Now my audio is working properly on my web page. Let's see how to add the video tag. Before getting into it, what is video tag? The video tag is used to embed the video content in a document, such as a movie clip or other video streams. Let's see how to add the video tag. Video tag. How you added the attributes controls, the same goes to video tag also. So the view, by seeing this, you can able to differentiate this is for audio and this is for video. Inside the video, again you need to add the source tag. src. This time I have the video called video playback.mp4. So once you add it, I need to add the type of it, video/mp4. So once you added the source, we can check it out whether it is working or not. Let's play this. The controls also it is working. So now like this you can add your audio and the video tag in the HTML. Let's add the track tag. The track tag specifies the text track for audio or the video elements. This element is used to specify subtitle, caption files or other files containing text that should be visible when the media is playing. The tracks are formatted in WebPTT format, that is .btt files. Let's see how to write that. Already I got the VTT file which is having 3 subtitles, so with the timeline. So this is how you can create your own VTT file too. So let's add that in your web page. Add the track tag, then add the src equal to sample.vtt. Now we need to give what kind of subtitle it is. It is subtitle, not caption. Then I need to say what language it is. Source is in the EN, that is English language. Then label, I'll show you shortly how it will display on the web view. Let's say English, India. That's it. So now let's see how these are getting impacted in the video. So now by clicking on the 3 dots, you can see the caption. By clicking on the caption, you can see English, India. So this is how the label is getting displayed. For example, I'm just removing this India. So now you can see the updated value will be there in the caption. Like this, you can change the label name and you can add multiple languages too. So let's see how the subtitle is working. This is my subtitle content. Let's see on the video. Perfect. I'm getting the subtitle too on my video. So this is how you can add the audio tag and the video tag, and for both the tags you can add the track, that is subtitle. You can add it whatever the subtitle you wanted. Good. The next video we are going to look into that how we can have the navigation bar in our web page. The navigation bar is helpful to define the navigation links on top of the web page. In the last video, we saw pseudo element selector. In this video, we are going to see what is attribute selectors. The selectors select the elements based on an attribute or attribute value. It is called attribute selectors. It is possible to select HTML elements that have specific attributes or attribute values. It is represented by square bracket while using the CSS attribute selector. We have multiple symbols that represents the attribute selector. We will see one by one. The first and foremost is equal to symbol. Let's see how it works. Let's write the basic structure. To do that, I want h2 tag. Inside that, I'm going to write what kind of attribute selector we are going to see. CSS. As I mentioned, you have to put square bracket to perform the attribute selector. Followed by that, you have to put the symbol equal to, then value, and close the bracket. Perfect. This I'm going to take it as a heading. Now I'm going to write the paragraph tag. Next I'm going to write anchor tag. Let's say anchor tag, href attribute. Href attribute here I'm just going to say https://www.google.com. Then followed by that I'm going to write the text Google. Okay. So now along with that I'm going to write another anchor tag similar to it, but I'm going to add another attribute called target attribute. This time I'm going to say board infinity. Perfect. Now as I mentioned, I'm going to write the target attribute. For the target attribute there are multiple values are there. Now I'm going to write underscore blank. Perfect. Now though I have a two anchor tag, but these are different. Why? Because the second anchor tag has the additional information as a target, but the first anchor tag doesn't have. Let's see how to apply the attribute selector in CSS. First, I'm going to write, this time it's A. Then as I mentioned, you have to put square bracket. Inside that, I'm just going to say the attribute. Simply, I'm going to say target. No need to put the colon. Then inside this, I'm just going to say background color. It's going to be golden brown. Got it? So now, if you take a look, this CSS is only applying for the second anchor tag. Why? Because it has the target attribute and the first anchor tag doesn't. Let's write the attribute selector with value. So as I mentioned, A element selector, then square bracket, let's say target, then equal to, then write the value, what value given in the target. So now I'm just going to say underscore blank. Inside that I'm going to change the color of it. Let's say background color green. Immediately it has changed to green because the two CSS rules directly affecting on the second anchor tag. If you want to write CSS for this thing, simply you can write anchor tag. Inside that you can say color, let's say hot pink. So both anchor tags is changing the color. Let's take a look of the second attribute selector tilt symbol. Here I'm going to add some of the images so I can apply the style sheet on that. To do that, I'm just going to copy paste the image tag. Okay, I got some images. Here I got 3 different sizes of images and I got one paragraph tag. Okay, I'll just going to quickly copy paste it. Perfect, I got it. Now I got the 3 images and 3 images in the different size. The 3 images has the 3 attributes. The first attribute is title, width and the height. So it is providing additional information for that particular tag. Now I'm going to use the title attribute to change the CSS property for this respective images. So let's do that. To perform attribute selector, I need to write the set bracket as I mentioned earlier. So let's do that. Let's write title. Without element selector also you can perform the CSS operation. So inside the set bracket, write the attribute which you want to apply the style sheet, then use the tilt symbol, then equal to, let's say here, image. So inside that, I'm just going to apply the border colon 2 pixel, let's say solid orange red. So immediately you can able to see the first two images got the borders in orange red color, but not for the third image. Why? Because the title is images. The first two titles are awesome image. Yes, it contains the image, so it is applying the CSS rule. Let's quickly change this title here. Let's add S here. So immediately it is got shifted to the third image. Like this, you can write your attribute selector with the help of tilt symbol. Let's see the third symbol. First, I'll write the basic structure, h2 tag. Inside that, I'll write the heading of the attribute selector, and I'm going to write CSS and put the brackets. Inside that, write the attribute, then put the symbol, and this is a symbol, put the equal to, then inside that value. So this is a syntax right now. So quickly we'll write the basic structure. So I want paragraph tag, let's say hello world. Then I want another paragraph tag in this hello JavaScript. Now class attribute. So this time I'm going to say text world class equal to text.js. Perfect. So now I'm going to write the attribute selector so that I can fetch these values and change the property of it. So to do that, first I want to give the class attribute over there. So first put the set bracket, then put the class attribute, then use the symbol equal to what is the class name starting with. Why? Because this selector is used to select the elements with a specified attribute starting with a specified value. Here the text is repeating throughout like all the paragraph tags. So I'm going to use text here so that it's followed by that whatever value is there, it won't mind it and it will retrieve those items and it will apply the CSS. Let's see how it is working. Let's write the text. So now put the brackets and let's say color green. So immediately these two values it changed to green color. It's not the usual way we will write the pseudo classes, but attribute selectors will look like this. For example, I have h1 tag for example. Inside that, welcome to Board Infinity. Okay, so now I have a class name called test and text. Okay, so it's not applying because it is not looking for the content. This is looking for the starting of the value should matches with the value. So whatever the value you are providing here, that should matches with the starting of the class attribute. Let's try to change this. Let's change this one, text test. So immediately it's changed to green color. Okay, the next symbol is caret symbol. Okay, so let's do that. Let's write this. I will comment this. I'll copy this, paste it over there inside this. So now nothing will be rendered. So I'll comment this thing so that I can show you the next symbol. So now quickly I'll copy paste this thing and paste it over here. This time I'm going to use the okay. So now I got the caret symbol. Now what I want to do is I just want to do the same operation, but this time set bracket attribute class and the caret symbol, shift 6 in your keyboard, then write the value. So here I can write the same value text so that I can show you the difference in the next step. First I'll write the same value. So color deep pink. So now it is perfectly aligned and all three tags are matching with the deep link, so there is no problem at all. Then what is the difference between this class and this class? Okay, so this caret symbol class selector is used to select the elements whose attribute value begins with a specified value. But I use the same definition for pipe symbol also, for this also. Then what is the difference? For this one, the text should be whole word. Okay, so if it is a text, the class name is text, then you have to give the whole word, otherwise it won't match it. Okay, followed by that, it might be any word, okay, but the first word supposed to matches with that, and that should be whole. You cannot write the incomplete words. Okay, but for this caret symbol, you can have the incomplete word. It won't expect you to write the whole word. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, let's tweak some values here so that I can show you the difference. So what I'm going to do is quickly interchange this thing, test and text here. So this time the first H1, the CSS is gone. So to add the CSS, the first two letters are common. Either it is a test or a text, the first two letters are common. First two characters are common. So I am going to use that. So now you can see that all three HTML elements is applying, it's taking the CSS value. Perfect. So if you are having a class name, if the first two letters or first letter is matching, even first character it won't break the rule. So even it is a single character is fine. But the thing is, for when you are giving this pipe symbol, then you have to use the whole word. Okay, so that's the difference between these two attribute selector. We'll see next set of selectors now. The next attribute symbol we are going to see is $. The $, selector is used to select the elements whose attribute values ends with a specified value. Though it ends with a specified value, it does not have to be a whole word. Let's see with an example. So I got the basic structure here, and I got the H2, 3 div tags and paragraph tags. And the first div is the class name is first test, and the second div is second sub test, and third one is second test, and fourth paragraph is my test. Okay, so let's write the style sheet. So now put the square bracket, class, then put the $, symbol, that is a representation for this attribute. Now end with that particular word. Okay, though it is not full word, but it's supposed to end with that particular word. But the word you are giving right now, the end name should be matches. Okay, so let's write that. So here in all these cases I have test. Okay, so let's write test, then curly brackets, background color, let's say deep sky. So quickly, except H2, all other HTML elements got the background color with a deep sky blue. Why? Because all these tags contains the text as a ending word. See, when I highlighted, it is taking all these elements. Okay, so that is the syntax of $. Now we'll take a look of star symbol. The star selector is used to select the elements whose attributes contain the specified value. The value does not have to be whole word, but still it's supposed to contain that particular character or combination of words. Okay, let's quickly see that how it will look like. Okay, now I'll write this. First square bracket, class, as I mentioned, star equal to, let's say, TE. This time I'm going to say color, it's going to be deep pink. Okay, so it's performing the same operation. Why? Because it is matching with all these HTML elements. Let's quickly tweak this. New item. Okay, so when I say new item, again it is matches with TE. Okay, so quickly I'll write new. So now you can see that it is not matching with the last paragraph element. So this is how it is working. So far we've seen different attribute selectors, symbols. This time we are going to see how to use the attribute selectors without class or an ID. Already we've seen this kind of types, but still exclusively we'll see that how it is working. In this example, I got form data. Here I have a first name and the last name. Inside that I have so many parameters as mapping. The first parameter is type. Here parameter is nothing but attribute. Then name equal to name, then placeholder. So now I'm going to use, with the help of type, I'm going to write the style sheet. Let's see how to write that. First write input, then put the set bracket, then type equal to text. Inside that I'm just going to say background color, let's say gray. Got it? So now I can change the color so that people can understand what it is. Okay, so now when I'm typing, let's say board, so the color is coming in the white color. Got it? So this is how you can apply that without writing a class or an ID attribute in the HTML. Here these two fields are text type. The next one is button. The type of this input is button. Let's quickly write that, how I can apply the style for this particular button. Let's write, because this is input, then type equal to, let's say button, and border colon 1 pixel solid deep pink. Now you can see that it is applying only for this button, not for this fields. This is how you can write your style sheet CSS rules with the help of attribute selectors. In the next video we will see CSS colors. In the last video we discussed simple selector and their types. In this video we are going to see combinator selectors and their types. Before taking a look at the combinator selector, you have to understand how the HTML elements are represented internally. It is represented as a tree structure. The tree structure will look like this. Here, HTML is the root element and the remaining are child of the root element. Like every level is considered as a parent-child relationship. And when the elements are in the same level, they are named as a siblings. Now, with this idea, we'll get into the combinator selector. A combinator is something that explains the relationship between the selectors. There are 4 different combinators in the CSS: descent selector, child selector, adjacent sibling selector, general sibling selector. Let's see one by one. The descent selector targets all the elements of a kind under the specific parent element. For example, if we want to select all of the paragraph tag which are inside the div tag, we first write the div selector, putting a space, then define the paragraph tag next to it. Finally, we can apply the rules. The following example selects all the elements inside the div elements. Let's see how to write the descent selector. First, I'll write the article tag inside the body tag. Okay. Now I'm going to write h1 tag. Inside that, welcome to combinator selector. Now inside that I'll write paragraph tag, content inside the article tag. So this is just example for our understanding. Div tag, inside the div tag I'm just again going to write the paragraph tag. Let's say content inside div. Now, after closing the article tag, again I'm going to write the paragraph tag. Now I'm saying content outside, okay, article. Now, if I want to select this particular paragraph tag, I can use the combinator selector. And it's not that only one way of doing it. There is in CSS, there is a many ways of to do the same task. So I want to select this particular paragraph tag that is inside the div tag. First, I need to write the div, then I need to call the paragraph tag. So first, I'll write the internal style sheet. Inside that, I'm just going to write first, I'm going to write the root element of that paragraph tag. Then I'm going to give the space, that is the descent selector representation. Then I'm going to write paragraph tag, then put the curly brackets. Inside that, let's say I'm just going to change the color of it. Background color, let's say yellow. I can able to see only that particular paragraph tag alone change its color, not inside the article tag or not outside the article tag. So what is happening? So here it's searching for the paragraph element that are descent from the div element. So that's what we are doing it. So it's looking for the paragraph that it's supposed to be descent of the div tag. That's why this paragraph and this paragraph is not affecting with this CSS. Let's write, for example, I want to perform. For example, let's give the background color of yellow for the paragraph tag inside the article tag. Then we have to, instead of div, we supposed to write article. So when I put the article, immediately the two paragraph tags affecting that CSS. So in this case, the paragraph which is outside of the article tag is not affecting with the CSS. So like this, you can write the combinator selector to perform the target element in the HTML. Let's see the next one, child selector. In the child selector, the sign is greater than symbol is placed between two selectors. For example, A is greater than B. That is, first it searches for all the elements that matches the selector 1 and gets a result. Then it looks for the elements which are direct children of an element of result 1. Then which matches the selector 2 and gets a result. Finally, result 2 is exactly what is expected. Let's see the syntax. First, I'll write the structure of the HTML. Let's say H3, CSS child combinator. Then I want two divs. First div contains two paragraphs. Let's say CSS. Then second paragraph is a description of that heading. CSS stands for cascading style sheet. Now I'll create another div. Div again two paragraph tag. Let's say JavaScript. Then another paragraph states definition of the JavaScript. Let's say JavaScript is a scripting or programming language that manipulates the HTML elements. Perfect. Now we got that. Okay, now we got the heading and the description of the heading, and we got the main heading. Now we want to write the style for it. First, I'll write the style tag. Inside the style tag, I'm going to write the combinator selector for the div tag. So for that, I just want to create the class called, let's say, my div. So you can give any name for the class. So I'll apply the same class name for the second div also. Now I'm going to write the combinator selector with the help of child. Okay, so first what I want is, now I say div and the class name is my div. In this case, class name is represented with the period symbol. So let's put the period symbol, my div. Inside that, I'm going to write the CSS rules. So don't worry, I'll explain why I'm using this margin and padding in the later section. Now I'll quickly write the required CSS rules for this example. Then border, let's say 1 pixel, solid, let's say green. Okay, so now immediately you can see the borders are coming for respective divs. So now I'm going to write the style sheet for, now I'm going to write the style rules for this paragraph tags. To do that, I need some class name. So I'll write the class attribute. Why I'm writing class attribute? Because I want to use that attribute for the multiple places in the HTML. So that's why I'm using class name. If you want, you can try with the ID also, but the ID is a unique one. The class, I can use it for multiple times in the same HTML page. So let's say this is the title. Then this is the content. Class equal to content class. Class equal to content. Okay, so now I'm going to write the CSS rule. So to do that, first I can do either, I can use the tag selector or the class selector or the ID selector. In this case, I'm going to use the tag selector. So let's say div, then I want to apply the style sheet for the type. So to apply that, div, child selector will do, with child selector will represent it with the greater than symbol. Then I can use the class name called title. So inside that, I'm just say color, let's say blue. So immediately the color of the heading is got changed. Now I'm going to change the content of the each I'm going to change the content of each div. So let's do that. So the same procedure, div greater than symbol, then content. So inside that, I'm going to say color, let's say crimson. Perfect. So using this, I can access the child element of the div tag. So for example, inside the paragraph tag, if I have another tag called anchor tag, then how I can write the CSS rule for that. So let's do that. Here I have an anchor tag. Inside the anchor tag, more details. So to get the more details, let's say I put the BR tag for the line break. Then I'll put the href tag, let's say hash. So now you can see that is applying on the blue color. Okay, so that is the default color. Now I want to change it with the help of the child combinator selector. So now div is the parent. Inside the div, I have a paragraph tag. Inside the paragraph tag, I have an anchor tag. So it's a 3 selectors I'm going to select it to change the color of the anchor tag. Let's do that. Div greater than symbol. Here you can use the paragraph tag as a selector, or you can use the class name. Anything is fine. Already I used the class name, so that I'm going to use the paragraph tag. Paragraph tag. Then I'm going to use the another selector called a tag, anchor tag. Then I need to change the color, let's say green color. Okay, so now you can able to see I use the three selectors to change the color of this anchor tag. Like this, you can use your child combinator selector inside the HTML. Please remember, it's not the only way we can access the elements in the HTML. There is a different ways we have to represent or to manipulate the DOM elements, that is HTML elements. Next, sibling combinator selector. It is represented as hyphen and placed between the two selectors. For example, A hyphen B. First, it searches for all the elements that matches selector 1 and it produces the result 1. Then it searches for the elements which are younger siblings of elements of result 1 which match selector 2 and gets the result 2. Finally, result 2 is exactly what we are expecting. First, I'll write the general structure. Let's write h3 tag, CSS general sibling combinator. Okay, so now I just want a simple anchor tag. Let's say common links. Then I want the div tag. Inside the div tag, I'm going to have around 5 anchor tags. Let's say first anchor tag HTML. For the convenient, I'll just copy that first anchor tag. I'll paste it for 5 times. Then I want CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, then jQuery. Okay, so now I'm just going to add the href so that it will be easy for us to see the difference. So let's add the href attribute for all the anchor tags. Let's do the copy paste. Perfect. Now I got it. Now I'll add the href attribute for this anchor tag also. Okay. So now I'm just going to add the style. So now I'm going to add the styling for this anchor tag as well as for this particular div. So before adding this, we are looking for sibling combinator. So here siblings are, so these are the anchor tags or siblings to each other and div is the parent for it. So whenever we want to select sibling elements, then we have to use the hyphen tag that we saw right now. Now I'm just going to write the style tag. Okay, so now I just want to write the class for the div. Let's say class equal to, let's say menu. Now to write the CSS dot menu open bracket. Inside that, let's say margin 5 pixel. So then let's say padding. Don't worry, we will see these properties in future videos. Let's say border 1 pixel. I'm just giving the thickness. Let's say white smoke. White smoke is not visible for us. So let's say gray kind of thing. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so now we got the border for this particular div. Perfect. Now what I want is I just want to write a CSS for this anchor tag. Okay, so inside the CSS, and then in the future video we are going to see some pseudo classes. To what is the pseudo classes we'll see in detail. I'll give an example. For this example I'll show you something. So let's do that. I'm just using the anchor tag colon. This is a pseudo class. Don't worry, we will discuss in detail in the future video. So this is nothing but wherever I'm whenever whenever I'm moving on my cursor on the anchor tag, then I whatever the CSS style I'm written, whatever the CSS rules I written, I can able to see that on the web page. So to perform that, let's say color, let's say green. Okay, so once I did this, so whenever I'm moving on my cursor, so you can see the color of the anchor tag is changing. So this is because of this property called this, because of pseudo class. Okay, so now what I want is after changing the color, I just want to change the font size also. For that, we have a font weight. So let's say bold. So now if you take a look, there is something changes. There is some changes happening on the size of the text. Okay, so cool. So now I'm just going to, as of now, I didn't write the sibling combinator. Now only I'm going to write it. So sibling combinator, for general sibling combinator, it will applicable to all. Okay, so these are the siblings to each other. So if whatever the selector I'm going to write now, that is applicable to all. Okay, so let's do that. Let's write the same pseudo class. Okay, then I'm going to use the hyphen. Okay, so to do that, please use the shift key and hyphen. Okay, then a, because here I want to do the color supposed to change, as well as I need to add the additional operation also. So what is that? That is, I just want to change the other font size. Like whenever I'm moving on the first anchor tag, then all other anchor tags should change the size, style, or color, anything you wanted. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to change the style. So font style property, let's say italic. So if you take a look, when I'm moving mouse, so it is other anchor tags are changing the style of other anchor tags are changing the style. So to make it better, I will write the color to, let's say, change it to black. Okay, so that I can get an idea of that, which option I'm selecting it, which menu I'm selecting for it. So like that, see, when I'm moving it, so I didn't do the click operation. It is not relevant to that. I'm just moving my mouse over there. The color is changing and the font style is also changing. Okay, so this is, if you take a look, first element I'm selecting the first doing. So the rest of other anchor tags are the CSS rules are getting applied. If I'm moving this, the previous one HTML is not changing, but remaining JavaScript, Bootstrap, jQuery are changing the style. So this is only applicable which anchor tag you are doing the operation. It might be anything. So because we given a general anchor tag, so it might be any anchor tag you can point out. You can move the mouse over there. From that point, it will look for the other siblings. Okay, that's why your CSS is applying for the rest of the anchor tag rather than previous one. Okay, so the next we will going to see how we can do the adjacent sibling combinator selector. Next, adjacent sibling combinator selector. It is represented as a plus symbol and placed between two selectors. For example, A plus B. First, it searches for all the elements that matches selector 1 and it produces result 1. Then, it searches for the elements that are younger adjacent siblings of an element of result 1 which matches the selector 2 and it produces result 2. Finally, result 2 is exactly what we are expecting. Let's see that in action. So I taken the previous experiment. We saw that sibling combinator. I took the same example. So For the time consuming, I have the same code with me. So here I written the same CSS. So now I'm going to write the adjacent sibling combinator. In this case, we have to going to use the plus symbol for representing adjacent sibling combinator. Let's see how to write that. So first, let's take a look of the simple mouse over process here. Okay, so now it is applying the style sheet. So it is working like this. Now I want to apply the adjacent sibling combinator. So let's write the hover, a colon hover. Then I have to use the plus symbol, then a. Then within this, I'm just going to say same property. Inside that, I'll write font style italic. Let's see that in action. Now it is not changing the entire sibling. It is only changing the adjacent sibling anchor tag. So if I move it, only Bootstrap is changing. If I move to the Bootstrap, only jQuery anchor tag is changing. So like that, if you want to perform the adjacent sibling selector, that too, it's not to the previous, it is only taking the next to it. So like that, if you want to change the CSS rule, if you want to change the CSS property in dynamic, like that, if you want to change the color based on the CSS rule, yes, you can do it with the help of adjacent sibling combinator. In the next video, we will see how we can perform the pseudo class selector and what are the types of pseudo class. Hi, in this series we are going to talk about Bootstrap 5. Bootstrap 5 is the newest version of Bootstrap, which is the most popular HTML, CSS, JavaScript framework for creating responsive mobile-first website. The purpose of having Bootstrap, we can do the quick design with the inbuilt classes and do the customized responsive mobile-first design for any screen. Then it is an open source front-end toolkit so that you can do your own customization and you can share with the community. And we have the option called SAS variables and mixins. It will help us to reuse your code across the web pages. And it has a responsive grid system to understand how you can accommodate different columns in the website. And we have extensive pre-built components which helps us to redefine, not to write a single code so that you can achieve the responsive design quickly. And finally, that is a powerful JavaScript plugin. So if you want to perform any kind of action or interactive system, then Bootstrap will help us to do that. If you want to start with Bootstrap, first thing you want to understand what are things it is there in the Bootstrap bundle. First, it is a compiled CSS and JavaScript. Inside that, you have compiled and minified CSS bundles and compiled and minified JavaScript plugins are available. If you go to the source file, you can see that SAS file, JavaScript and documentation files. Documentation file helps you to understand what class and where to use and how to use. SAS compiler for compiling SAS source code files into CSS files. Auto prefixer for CSS vendor prefixing. So to download, follow the link so that you can download the Bootstrap, you can use it. Then if you don't want to download, then you can use the CDN link. With the help of CDN link, by giving a head tag, you can utilize the Bootstrap functionality instantly. Either you can use this Bootstrap min CSS or Bootstrap bundle min.js. So you have to use compiled Bootstrap min.css and compile Bootstrap bundle.js. If you think you don't want to use the bundle, then you have to include 3 different files. One is compile Bootstrap min CSS, and we have Bootstrap min.js and popper min.js. So if you don't want to include the bundle, otherwise, then you have to use these 3 files. Now you understood how to include the Bootstrap in your project. In the next video, we will take a look of how the colors and other top colors are used in the Bootstrap. In the last video, we discussed what is Bootstrap colors. In this video, we are going to take a look of what is containers. Before understanding containers, we want to understand what is breakpoint. Breakpoints are customizable widths that determine how your responsive layout behaves across the device or the viewport in the Bootstrap. It gives a number to understand. The core concept of the breakpoints are it is the fundamental building blocks of the responsive design. It will use them, if we use that, we can control our layout at the particular viewport or the device size. Next, with the help of media queries, we can architect our CSS by giving the breakpoints. In terms of media queries, the media queries are the feature of CSS that allow you to conditionally apply the styles based on the set of browsers and the operating system parameters. Minimum width in our media queries. And third is a mobile first responsive design. The Bootstrap CSS aims to apply the bare minimum of styles to make a layout work at the smallest breakpoint. Then the layers on the styles to adjust the design for the larger screens. It will optimize your CSS and improves the rendering time and provides a greater experience for the visitors as well as the developers. If you take a look, these are the available breakpoints in the Bootstrap. Here x-small is considering the dimension less than 576 pixel. Then small is considered as a greater than 576 pixel. To represent that in the Bootstrap, we will use SM as a short form. Then for the medium, we will use MD. It represents a dimension. It represents a resolution greater than 768 pixel. Large for LG, extra large for XL, and extra large for XXL. So if you use these numbers, if you use these infix in your code so that it will align to that particular screen size. Before understanding, you want to understand the media queries. In the last series, we saw the example with media queries. So that please go and check for that video for the clear understanding. Here, I'll give you some more insight about the media queries. You can apply the media queries with the help of following three types. 1. To conditionally apply the styles with the CSS at media and at import at rules. Mostly we will use at media. And we can target the specify media for the style tag, link tag and source tag and other HTML tags with the help of attribute. Finally, we have a help of JavaScript. We can utilize the media queries. There's a lot of things we can do with the media queries. That might be a screen resolution, device orientation, operating system preferences or even more. Here, I just given at media, screen and minimum width of 600 pixel. It will render when the browser is at least 600 pixel and above. Otherwise, the default style sheet is applied to the web page. Here, I just written different types of media queries that can be used across the website development. Not only that, we can use for web page. Inside the web page, we can use it for picture. We can use the media query. In terms of rendering the image in the web page, whenever the screen size changed, the image size also should be changed. And the image also should act in the responsive mode. To consider that, we will use this media query for picture tag also. Media is an attribute. While you're giving the source, you have to add the media equal to min width : 800 pixel. So that whenever you are using this image, if the screen size is at least 800 pixel wide, then this particular image will get loaded. If at least 600 pixel wide, then this image will be loaded. It's very obvious you have to give the default match for the image. So if any of this size is not matched with the viewport, then you have to give the default image that should be loaded in the web page. If you want to implement inside the style tag, this is the syntax for it. So now in the style tag, you are going to write for the paragraph tag, background color is blue and the color is white. Here in the media, I just given all so that it is across the screen, print, everything. In all the types it will work. And the maximum width, here I didn't give the minimum width, here I give the maximum width 500 pixel. If it reaches the 500 pixel, then this is the style sheet it will apply to it. That is, background color is yellow and color is blue, so that it will change from background color blue to yellow, color white to blue. If you want to combine the two different screen resolution, that is also possible with the help of media queries. Here I just given minimum device width is 320 pixel and maximum device width is 480 pixel. If within this range, then this style sheet will be applied to the web page. In terms of using screens, in terms of using all the screens, we will use @import url style.css. And in case of portrait mode, then we will use the landscape.css. It's just a file name. You can give whatever the file name you want to give. And try to avoid the import keyword. Rather, you can use @media to perform the media queries. If you take a look, it's a clear understanding what are the elements it's available in the media query. First, as @rule, then media type, what type you are going to render, and media feature, that is minimum width is 320 pixel, and operator, that is you can use any operator, and or not. Then finally you have maximum width, that is again it's a media feature, that is 768 pixel. In this case, it's going to apply in between 320 pixel and 768 pixel. It's going to apply the style sheet whatever you written inside this. Next, we are going to take a look of containers. The containers are the fundamental building blocks of Bootstrap that contain, pad and align your content within the given device or the viewport. In previous slides, we saw what is breakpoint. To understand better, the SM, MD, LG, other infixes are combined with the container so that you are going to load your web page inside the container only. That is, whenever you start writing the Bootstrap, the first div tag or first tag you're going to write it's going to be a container. Bootstrap comes with 3 different containers. One is a dot container class, which sets the maximum width at each responsive breakpoint. So you don't want to worry about whether it will so you don't want to worry about the different screen sizes. And second is dot container -fluid. This class which is width is 100% at all the breakpoints. And finally we have dot container -breakpoint. This is what it's mentioned in this table. Breakpoint is SM, MD, LG, XL, XXL. You can use anything so that you can check with the numbers so that those screens will applicable and act on the responsive design. To understand this better, let's see that in action. Let's get started. First, let me create the div tag. Inside the div tag, I have a paragraph tag. Here, I just want to give the class name container. So once I given the container, it just moved from the left and it is aligned in the center of the screen. If I want to give the container -fluid, then you can get a clear idea of what is the difference. So container fluid occupies the 100% width and container occupies the maximum width, so that you can utilize whatever the requirement is given to you. So you can use the container fluid or container. Inside the paragraph, in the last video, we saw the class name called text, danger, text success. So like that. So let's try with text warning, so that it will come in the yellow color. So like that, without writing any CSS, you can come up with your Bootstrap classes and decorate the web page. In the next video, we're going to take a look of what is the grid system and how grid system is working in terms of responsive design. In the last video, we discussed what is containers. In this video, we are going to take a look of what is Bootstrap grid system. To understand the grid system is very important for responsive design because this is the fundamental idea behind it to achieve the responsive across all the web pages. The grid system in Bootstrap give you the mobile first flexbox grid to build the layouts of all the shapes and sizes, and that is achieved by 12 column system. In that, 6 default responsive tiers are available. I'll show you the representation, how it is represented in the web page. And this is the typical picture explains you how the grid system is splitted into 12 columns. Here, the entire viewport is splitted into 12 columns. As the individual columns, it is represented as in the one unit. And at the end, it is represented as a 12. It's not that you don't want to use 12 columns individually every time when you want to represent the web page. You can combine the columns and you can accommodate your HTML elements in the viewport, but it should not exceed the 12. It can be the combination of 4, 8, 6, 6, 12 as a whole, or 4 plus 4 plus 4, but the split up should be within the 12. So based on the device size, the number of columns it will accommodate in the web page. Okay, we saw the grid system and we saw the representation also, but how it is working. First, let me talk about 6 responsive breakpoints. The breakpoints are based on minimum width media queries, meaning they affect that breakpoint and all those above it. For example, column SM4 applies to SM, that is small, medium, large, XL and XXL screens to accommodate your web page. This means you can control the container and the column sizing and the behavior by each breakpoint. Next, container center and horizontally pad your content. This use dot container for the responsive pixel width and dot container fluid for width 100% across the viewport and the devices. This we saw in the previous video. Next, it's going to use the rows for wrapping up for the columns. Each column has a horizontal padding called a gutter for controlling the space between them. This padding is then counteracted on the rows with a negative margins to ensure the content in your columns is visually aligned down the left side. Rows also modifier classes to uniformly apply the column sizing and the gutter classes to change the spacing of your content. Then its columns are incredibly flexible. That means there are 12 template columns available per row, allowing you to create a different combinations of elements that span any number of columns. Column classes indicate the number of template columns to span. For example, column 4 spans 4, that is widths are set in percentage, so you can always have the same relative sizing. And we have gutters are the responsible and customizable. Gutter classes are available across all the breakpoints with all the same sizing as our margin and the padding sizing. Change the horizontal gutter with .gx classes and vertical with gy, or we can use .g classes. If you say .g-0 is also available to remove the gutters. And finally, we have SAS variables and maps and mixins. This will power the grid. If you don't want to use the predefined grid classes in the Bootstrap, you can use the grid source code you can create your own semantic markup. This is also includes some CSS custom properties to consume these SAS variables for even greater flexibility for you. So this is how your entire grid system is working in terms of series of containers, rows and columns to the layout and the aligned content. Next, we are going to take a look of grid options. There are 6 grid options are available, that is 6 tiers are available. First is extra small, small, medium, large, extra large and extra large. Already we seen these infixes in the container. The same infix is used here also. Now we just take a look what is the value for it. The container, if it is maximum width, then if that will occupy this less than 576 pixel. If it is goes to 540 pixel, if the maximum width is 540 pixel, then it is greater than equal to 576 pixel. Like that it goes with the values. You can check and you can test in your browser. And the classes for the infix of the grid container is dot column. The short form of column here is represented as .col. Hyphen SM represents the infix of the screen size. Then MD represents the greater than equal to 768 pixel, and it goes like this. And it occupies the 12 columns. The gutter width is 1.5 rem, that is 0.75 rem on the left and right. You can do the customization and nesting inside the one breakpoint. You can use another breakpoints, and column ordering also it is possible. Now it's time to dive into the code. Let's get started. Let me write the basic structure. First div tag. Inside that I'm just going to write another div tag. First let me add the respective classes. Container, and the class equal to, first is row. Row is the class we will mention while you are accommodating the grid system. Okay, so in the first row, how many columns you want to occupy. Okay, that is the next. Inside this I just want to apply the class called column, short form COL. Now here I'll say 1 of 2. Okay, so now if you take a look here, you can see that it is occupying 1 of 2. Now I'm going to accommodate here. Because I given the container, that's why it's in center aligned. If you give container fluid, then it will occupy the width of 100%. Now I'll just copy paste this. Now I'll copy paste this div column and put it inside this thing. So this time it's going to be 2 of 2. So can you able to see that? Yes. Now I want the second row. Okay, so I'll just, after the closing tag of this one, I'll copy this, I'll paste it over here. So now it is actually 1 of 3, that is 3 columns I'm going to have. This is 1 of 2 of 3, and I'm going to have another div. So this time it's 3 of 3. Okay, so if you want to take a look, then you can see that this row, the first, it is occupying the first row, then that is 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. Then second row occupies 1 of 3 and 2 of 3 and 3 of 3. Okay, so if you want, you can add the width and height of this div so that you can get the nice look and feel of it. We'll try to add some inbuilt classes here. Let's say background, primary, and text is going to be white. Okay, so if you want to see, then you can see that the color is occupying for that particular div. So let's add some other color for this. BG, let's say dark, and text I want it as a white. Okay, so now you can get an idea. It is, we are not writing any single code of CSS, but we are having the different types of properties applied in the web page. Now I'm just going to apply some other color for this thing. Let's say success, then text I just want it in the dark. Okay, let's quickly take a look. Yes, perfectly it is coming. Now BG, warning, and text I want it in the dark. Okay, if you're not giving that, it will take the default one. Yes, perfect. Yellow, I got it. Okay, now next thing is bg hyphen danger text. At this time I want it in the white. Okay, yes, perfect. So now if I given the container, so that's why it is center aligned, it's maximum width it is taking. So if I want to use container fluid, then you can take a look of it. Okay, so it is occupying the full length, it is occupying the full width. Okay, if I want to minimize the screen, then it will accommodate, so you won't get any disturbance. And this is how your responsive is working. See, I'm just moving my browser like this, I'm resizing it, so still these elements are getting accommodated. Okay, so that means as actually it is taking, this is taking as a span 6 and this is taking as a span 6. Okay, so now this is taking as 4 plus 4 and this is 4. Okay, so like this you can accommodate your div elements or your image or your paragraph tag or any HTML elements you can accommodate in the web page. Okay, in the next video we are going to take a look of how the spacing is working in the Bootstrap. In the last video we take a look of spacing. In this video we are going to take a look of column, and that too we are just going to look into the vertical column. The vertical column is included with inline and inline block as well as inline table and table cells. Like, we are going to discuss about tables in future videos. So it will use that, align the items inside the flexbox in the vertically and the horizontally. Okay, so there is a vertical and horizontal alignments are there. Vertical alignment has these values: align item start, center, end, start, center, end. Okay, so we are going to take a look of an example how it is looking. We are going to take a look of example. We'll see how each and every value is reflecting on the web page. Same goes for horizontal alignment too. Horizontal alignment has to justify content start, center, end, around, between, evenly. This will help you to align the number of items within the single container. It might be a list of items or it might be a list of divs you are just combining and you want to align that evenly spacing. You want to give the regular interval periods between the items, then you can utilize these values. Yes, you can give the column breaks. You can add an element with 100% whenever you want to wrap up your column to the new line. Yes, you can do that. Let's quickly see the example. Let's get started. First, let me write inside the body. I just want the div tag. Inside the div, I have multiple divs. So I'm going to align those divs inside the one parent div. Okay. So here, simply I'll go and copy paste the div. First, let me create one div. Later on, I'll add it. Okay. So flexbox 1. Copy this. Paste it over here. So as many you want it. Okay, so here I got this many. Okay, now 2, this is going to be 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Perfect. So now it is in the vertical line, so I want it in the horizontal line. So to do that, let's go and write the class first. So how you want it, this align will work in the flexbox model, so you have to use the flex. Flex is a value for the display property. We are going to utilize that. D is a shorthand form of the display property. You can use anything. In the next video, we are going to see detail about what is the display property and what is the notations and everything. This is a shorthand form. So I'm writing flex here and I'm going to align the item. Align the items you wanted in the start, end. So all these stuffs we can going to use it. So let's simply put the start. Okay, then I just want the background so that you can see the difference, what is the length and width of the particular div. Okay, so then put MB, that is margin and bottom, -3. Okay, so one more thing I want to add, that style equal to, this is the inline styling, so let's make it to 100 pixel. Okay, so now this is the basic structure. Now I'm going to keep on changing these values. Okay, so quickly I'll add the classes for this thing. Class equal to, let's go ahead and background as warning, and let's add the border. Okay, so if you want to give border 2, border 3, anything is fine, so let me give border 2. Okay, so quickly copy this class. I'm just going to paste it over here. Okay, so now I just want to add the other div class, so copy this, paste it over here. Inside this I'm just going to give align start as an end. Okay, so immediately it is aligning at the bottom of the screen, so that you will understand if you have a parent div, inside the parent div you want to align it, then you can give it. So if you want to have the border, then you can remove this. Okay, so I removed the border. So if you want the gap, you can give the gap also. Now I'm just going to change the background color for this. So let's make it reverse. Okay, so now, yes, perfect. So now I got it. Now copy this and paste it over here. This time align item center. If I want to align it in center, then I can just simply go and change the center property here, so you can clearly understand how the items are getting arranged. So you can use it in the multiple places where you can align the lot of items inside the parent div. Now go and change the classes for the background. Okay, so copy this, paste it over here. Now I just want to do the baseline. Okay, so what is the baseline? Let's take a look. So baseline, again it's looking like a start, and the baseline it's something similar to it. Okay, so now quickly go and change this. Then we have stretched. Okay, so stretch means it will occupy this entire div. If I'm increasing the height of the div, let's say 150 pixel, so then it will, along with the div, it will get stretched and you can see the difference. Okay, primary, yes, you can play with the class name, so you can give text hyphen white, text hyphen dark, like that. Okay, so this is how you can arrange the items in the vertical way. Okay, yes, you can combine these in the single, it's just a same thing, it is aligned. It's not only that you can have it, you can have individual items also, that is also possible with the help of align middle, align baseline, align text top, so like that. Okay, so let's quickly go and check that. So div tag, inside the div tag, span tag. So here let's say baseline. Okay, add the class. Class is align baseline. Okay, so nothing, no difference here. Copy this. So if you want, you can add some class. You can directly write the style tag. Height, let's say 100 pixel. Okay, width let's say 100%. Okay, now I just want to give this one as a top. Okay, so now both are same. Then I'm just going to use the middle, align middle. Okay, so you can see the difference. Some it's just aligned in the middle. Okay, if you apply any background to it, let's see. Okay, so now you can get it an idea. Copy this and put it over here. Then this is going to be bottom and bottom, middle. Okay, so now I'm just going to add the span tag. So this is going to be text bottom. Okay, so here class equal to align text bottom. Okay, so now you can understand how it is getting aligned. So based on the values it will get moved. So with the help of these things you can use the prefix and suffix or superscript like that. These things can be utilized. Okay, the next video we are going to take a look of what is display property and what are the notations are available in the Bootstrap. In the last video, we saw what is grid system and how grid system is working in the web page. In this video, we are going to take a look of what is spacing in Bootstrap. In Bootstrap includes a wide range of short and responsive margin and padding and gap utility classes to modify an element's appearance. Like in the basic CSS, we also come across what is margin, padding and box model. To extend that idea, we are going to take a look of how margin and padding can be used in terms of Bootstrap. Here margin and padding can be assigned like this. The shortened form of margin is M and the shortened form of padding is P. To write the property, first you have to mention the property, then side, that we are going to take a look in the next slide. And we have to give the mention the size for it, then it represents the extra small. Like this, you have to give the breakpoints. For the extra small, you don't want to give the breakpoint. But for SM, MD, LG and XL and XXL, you have to give the breakpoint. So the combination of property, size and breakpoint and size of it combines and it will give the spacing in the web page. As I mentioned, the sides are represented like this. For margin top and padding top, we will use T. And for the margin bottom and the padding bottom, we will use B. For the start, S will be used. That will be set margin left or the padding left. And in terms of margin right and the padding right. And the E and the end will be represented as a E. That will set the margin right or padding right in the left to right direction, and if it is right to left, then it represents the margin left and padding left. So while you are using the direction, please careful by giving the start and the end value. And X represents the class for both set left and right. And the same goes to Y, it's set both top and bottom. And blank for the class that set the margin or a padding on all four sides of an element. As I mentioned in the previous slide, we were looking into the sizes. The sizes will be mentioned in the numbers, where 0 for the class that eliminate the margin or the padding by setting it to 0. 1 by default, the classes set the margin or the padding with the multiply of spacer 0.25. Spacer is a SAS variable. Okay, let's write the basic structure. First, I need the h1 tag. Spacing example, then I want some div tag. So inside the div tag, let's say some lorem. Okay, so add another one, bootstrap spacing example. Okay, then I have another div boot. Okay, so I got everything, but I need to arrange it with the help of the Bootstrap. So I added the scripts. So quickly I'll go to add the classes. So first, what I want to do, everything need to be encapsulated within the container.
So let's create that. So copy this. Okay, so first let me add the class for the, so I'm just going to use the container. Okay, so it is center aligned. Then I just want to add some color to this heading. So class, let's say text danger. Okay, perfect. So I got some colors. So now what I want to do is I want to set the spacing. As I mentioned, if I want to give the padding, then I can use the shorthand form of P. Okay, so then if I want to use the top, okay, then I can use the T here. Then I have to give the sizing. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We saw that in the slide. So I'm going to use here as a 4. I want to add the background. Okay, so it's looking good. So now quickly go and change the class. Now I'm going to add the class here. So let's say I just only want to add the padding. So P-5, that is also possible. And background, let's say primary. Okay, so now you can see that now before giving this P-5, then it looked like this. Now when I'm trying to give the padding, okay, then it is reflecting in my web page. So just 2 characters I'm using it so that I can achieving the padding, okay, rather than writing any style sheet. Okay, so finally let me apply some margins to it. So margin, that is M-5, that is sizing, already to start reflecting. Then padding and bottom -5, then BG-info is a background. Okay, so now you can take a look. So I give a margin, then padding bottom is 5. Okay, here padding top is 4, that's why you are seeing this gap. Okay, then this is actually padding, so you can see that spacing here, and margin 5 and padding bottom, so that's why it is accommodating like this. So PT4, it's P stands for padding, T stands for top, and hyphen, this stands for sizing. Okay, so like this combinations of shorthand properties, you can utilize multiple properties within a single class. Okay, so here also I used 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 classes I written, and it is reflecting on the web page. Okay, so like this you can figure out what are the combinations, you can make it out and give the spacing according to your web page design. In the next video, we are going to take a look of what is column and how we can customize the column in terms of responsive. In the last video, we discussed table tags. In this video, we are going to see what is semantic tags are in the HTML. Let's get started. The semantic elements means elements with a meaning. Examples of semantic tags in the HTML, let's say form tag, table tag, article tag, like that. It clearly defines its content. Let's see what are the non-semantic elements. The div tag, the span tag, these tags tells nothing about its content. Let's see one by one. The first and foremost is header tag. The header tag element represents a container for introductory content or a set of navigational links. A header element typically contains one or more heading elements, that is from H1 to H6. Or you may represent the logo or icon or authorship of the information. If you take a look of the next is section tag. The section tag defines a section in a document. Like that, the article tag specifies independent self-contained content. You can have many articles inside the section tag. Next is aside tag. The aside tag defines some content aside from the content it is placed in. The aside content should be indirectly related to the surrounding content. And finally, we have a footer tag. The footer tag defines a footer for a document or a section. In this area, we will define copyrights, who designed the website, contact us, like that. Let's see how we can write that in the HTML. Let's get started. The first tag is a header tag. Let's see how to write that. Now I written the header tag. Inside that, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to add h1 tag. Let's say welcome to semantic tags. So now you can see that output in the web page. Here there is no much difference in the interface, but when you're writing a code, it helps us to understand. It's giving the meaning. The header tag specifies the header of the web page. So like that, I'm going to continue the other semantic tags. In the past videos, we discussed navigation tag. The navigation tag will help us to give the navigation links. Let's see how to write that. So the navigation, under that, I'm just going to have, inside that, I'm just having the anchor tag, add the href. Let's write home and another tag called, another anchor tag is, let's say, online session. Then another anchor tag is for resources. Then another anchor tag for blocks. So like this, you can write the navigation link. The next tag I'm going to write is section tag. Inside the section, I need some heading, kind of subheading, section tag. So once I written, you can able to see that is coming in the left hand side. So now to have that section tag, I need a paragraph tag. Let's say according to W3 HTML documentation, a section is a thematic grouping of content typically with a heading. So like this, I can have a section inside the HTML page. So now let's see how to write the article tag. As I mentioned, I can have article inside the section too, but still I'll write it outside. Article tag. Inside the article tag, I need a h3 tag. Let's say Google Chrome. Let's write Google Chrome is a web browser developed by Google, released by in 2008. So like this, it can be printed on the web page. Now if I take this article and put it inside this section, so for example, I have this section, instead of after having this one, I'm having article. So you can't see any difference in the web page, but to see in the developer perspective, it will be more clear while writing the semantic tag. So now I'll write another article. Inside this, again h3 tag, this time Mozilla Firefox, then paragraph tag. Inside that, I need to write Mozilla Firefox description is an open source web browser developed by Mozilla. So you can see the section tag, inside that I have a h2 tag and the paragraph tag. After that I'm having an article. I have two article tags. So like this, you can have your semantic tag inside the HTML. It won't give visually appealing, but still it will be more readable. But when you are adding some appropriate CSS properties, you can get the visually represented data. In the later section, we'll see how to apply the CSS so that it will look in the readable format. In the next tag, we are just going to see footer tag. Inside that, I'm just writing author board infinity. Then, so inside this, let's say anchor tag. Copy this, put inside this. Okay, so now let's write the another anchor tag. This time mail me at boardinfinity.com. Add the href, mail me at boardinfinity.com. So that's it. So now it's looking good. So now this is the footer tag, and this is the two article tag, and this is a section tag. So like this, you can have your semantic tags inside the HTML. Yes, you can use the same content or same data without using the semantic tag also. We will see how to write that in the next video. In the last video, we saw what is Bootstrap and how to include the Bootstrap in our simple project. In this video, we are going to take a look of Bootstrap 5 colors. In Bootstrap, we have lot of inbuilt colors are available. So these are the theme colors. It will be mentioned, either it will be text or for the div tag or any other HTML element can be applied. Here these dollars are represented for the SAS. If you remember, in the last series, we saw variables in CSS. It's just extended version they used in the Bootstrap. If you take a look, the text is prefixed with all the classes that is defined in the Bootstrap, primary and text secondary, and corresponding output is there in the left hand side. So if you want to give the color for the any corresponding text, you can just simply give the name of the class in your HTML page. For example, I want to give text as a black -50. Then this will reduce the opacity and it will give me the output like this. Let's see that in action. Let's get started. First, let me add the Bootstrap bundle, CDN link. You can use it separately or you can use this bundle. Okay, I'm just using this bundle here. Copy this and paste it over here in the head tag. I just used the bundle min.js. Now I want CSS. Copy this bundle and use this here. Okay, now we are ready to go to use the Bootstrap. Okay, so first let me start with some paragraphs. So let's say hello Bootstrap. Okay, so once I added the paragraph, without writing the style tag, I'm just going to add the class to it. Let's say text success. So immediately it has got changed to green color. Okay, so let's change to danger. So now you can see that it is changing the color of it. So like that, without writing a single code of style sheet, you can come up with the CSS things with the help of Bootstrap. Please go and try with other classes so that you can understand what are the different colors it is available in the Bootstrap. In the next video, we will see what is containers and how it is used in the Bootstrap. In the last video, we saw the card view with the help of Bootstrap. In this video, we are going to take a look of what is button and the button groups. Usually, button is used to interact with the web page. With the help of Bootstrap, custom button style for actions in forms, dialogues. Use the Bootstrap custom button styles for the actions in forms, dialogues, and more with the support for multiple screens, states, and more. Here you can take a look of with the different colors the buttons are displayed here. With the help of btn is a base class and btn-primary is represents the color and the look and feel of that particular button. Like this, you can use these colors and you can come up with this kind of design. And not only that, hover process when the colors want to this, that is outline. Okay, btn outline primary, the base class btn, and instead of btn primary you have to give btn outline primary. So the all the options are available for outline also, so that you will get the look and feel like this. Next we have the button group. Next we have the sizing. As I mentioned, we have a lot of breakpoints in the Bootstrap. Yes, we can use the same thing in buttons also. Here btn base class and btn primary, and third class is a btn-lg. lg is for the larger screens. Okay, like that you can mention the breakpoints along with the classes, existing classes, so that it will be represented across the different screens. And you can also add the disabled attribute to those existing classes. It will make the button to disable. Next is a button group. Button group is nothing but group of series of buttons together on a single line or stack them in a vertical column. Here first you have to create the div, and for the parent div you have to give the class called btn group, and you have to give the role as group, so that it will understand the below buttons are get grouped under the single parent. And here button type is button, and class base class and btn-primary. Here the output will look like this. Same goes to this checkbox. Here I use the btn outline and primary, and I use the checkbox. So it will, whenever you want to group multiple buttons in one, yes, you can use the btn group. Like this, form control also will work. When you want to group a different input field, then you can use the form control to group them as a single component. In the next video, we will take a look of how we can show the badges, progress bar, and the spinner in the web page. In the last video, we discussed navigation bar. In this video, we are going to take a look of how we can perform card view in Bootstrap. A card is a flexible and extensible content container. It includes options for header, footer, and wide variety of content, and you can add conceptual background colors and powerful display options. The cards are built with a little markup and styles as possible, but still you can manage to deliver a lot of control and customization. Here, this is a simple card view built with a Bootstrap classes. Here, this is a card is a base class, and inside this we have a image tag. For the image tag, the card class is card-image-top. After that, followed by that, we have a card-body. Inside this only we are going to have the title, and the text is going to be available. If you want to add any kind of quantity you want to add or add to cart, then you can add it in the card-body. Then finally we have a button, so that you can add interactive buttons in the card view. So this is one example. The next example will show you the basic structure of the card view. So the card view contains card as a base class, header, body, and the footer. Inside the header, body, and footer, you can add or group lot of HTML elements into it to make the card view very interesting. In the next video, we will take a look of how we can use the buttons and the button group along with that alert. Display property. In this video, we are going to see the tables with the help of Bootstrap. Tables, as you know, it consists of rows and columns where we will display a number of items in the single page. So in Bootstrap, we have the base class as a dot table. You can use that for any table tag. Along with that, you have table primary, success, danger, info, warning, active, secondary, light and dark classes are available so that you will get a different look and feel of a table. Let's see with the example. Let's get started. First, let me write the basic structure. Before adding the table, I'm just going to add the Bootstrap CDN links. Inside the body, I'm just going to create the div tag. Inside the div tag, I'm just going to create the table. If you want, you can add any other tag you wanted, like h2 or paragraph tag, anything you wanted, you can add it. Inside the table, I want head tag, and inside the head tag, I'm just going to align the one row. Inside that th it's going to be first name, copy, paste it, okay. Then it's going to be last name, and this is going to be email address. Okay, so we got the heading. Now I'm going to add the body, body. So inside that, I'm going to fill the data. So inside tr, I have td. So inside the td, let's say Catherine, td puts, and the mail id, it's going to be catherine23@gmail.com. Let's quickly add some other data. Okay, I added some data here. Now I'm going to add some respective classes. As I mentioned, you have to give the base class as a table. Go to the table tag. Inside this, add the class equal to table. So once you added the table, immediately you got the very basic structure of the table. Okay, so if I increase also, you can see that difference. Okay, so now I'm just going to add some other property so that you will understand better. For this, I'm just going to add the class container, then empty -3. Okay, so now it's become center. So as per your requirement, you can add it your container or container fluid, anything is fine. Okay, so now quickly go and change the class names. Okay, so base class should be there. Then along with that, you're going to use table hyphen, let's say bordered first thing. So once you given bordered, you can able to see the border, nice border is coming out. So now instead of border, I can go for borderless. Okay, so you can see the table structure, but it is not, the border is not applied to it. So like that. So you can give whatever you wanted. So for example, let's say I want to give stripe. Okay, so now you can see the alternative rows are getting changed with some colors. Okay, so let's try for the other thing, hyphen hover. Okay, so when I move my mouse, it will get the hover process is happening. So without writing any style sheet, I can achieve a lot of functionalities with the help of Bootstrap. Now I can use the table hyphen dark. Let's see what is happening. So I'm getting the dark. Immediately the colors got changed. It is changed to white color. Okay, so if I want to say dark and I want the stripe also, then yes, you can do that. So table stripped. Okay, so now you can see the difference. Okay, so now it's looking good. Now if I want to do hover processes, that is also possible. For example, I have different tables. For heading, I want to give some colors. Then how can I do that? Just go and add the, for example, class for heading equal to table dot, let's say, light. Okay, so you will get like this. We will reverse this one. So light, this is, I wanted dark. Okay, so now it's looking good. So header alone, it's coming in the dark, and the bottom, that means the data is in the light color. Okay, so like this you can change any color you wanted, so you will get that. Let's go and change this with success. Yeah, so you, like this you can get whatever the format you wanted. Yes, you can do that. Okay, great. Now we will take a look of applying some breakpoints in the table, how table is responding to it. Okay, so let's add these. Okay, striped. Okay, everything is fine. Let me add the bordered. Okay, so I want bordered, striped, and I want table to be dark. Okay, so everything's fine. Now I'm just going to add table hyphen sm. Okay, so now it is remove the extra spacing. Okay, then it will remove the padding, cell padding, and it is aligned it. So if you want, I will resize it. Let's see what is happening. Okay, so yes, it's working perfectly. Yes. Okay, so let's go and try for responsive table. How we can make the responsive table? Let's go and write here table responsive, and once we added the table responsive, inside this you can use anything if you want it. Okay, table responsive, then it's already in the table responsive, so it is working as expected. Okay, so the table responsive is working perfectly. Now if I want to use anything, for example, if I have multiple columns, then it will occupy the entire screen. So by the time how it will get arranged. Okay, so let's quickly see the example. I'll copy paste it. For example, I'll copy paste it this one. Okay, so you can able to see that I got the things responsive. So I don't want to expand the screen, so that then only I can able to see, not like that. So because I got the horizontal scroll bar, see now I'm not getting any scroll bar. Now if I'm moving my browser, reducing the size of the browser, then I'm getting the horizontal scroll bar. Okay, perfect. So like this you can design the table view based on your need with the help of Bootstrap. In the next video we are going to see how we can display the images with the help of Bootstrap. In the last video, we discussed what is button and button group with the help of Bootstrap classes. In this video, we are going to take a look of what is badges, progress bar, and spinners with the help of Bootstrap, how we can decorate and what are the classes for it. Let's get started. First is a badge. What do you mean by badge? The badge is represented with small count and the labeling component in the interface. So you can see that whenever we are getting any notification from any kind of application, you will see that in the web page or in the mobile phone. The same goes to inbox. In inbox, if you take any inbox, then you can see that number of unread messages will be listed up here. To design this component, we have to use the Bootstrap class called badge, and along with that you have to give corresponding color, background color, and the text color depends upon your wish. Here we have to mention 99 plus, that will be represented with the help of rounded fill. This class will help us to make this kind of appearance in the web page. Along with that, you need to position that the badge on top of this box, this button. So they used position hyphen absolute, top 0, start 100, and translate middle, badge, rounded fill, batch is a base class and rounded pill, then background is danger. So after till this is positioning, and from the batch is representing this 99 plus. Like that, you can come up with your own custom badges to represent your notification numbers in the web page. If you want to make any customization in this, then you have to come up with your own button class. Then inside that you can use the span tag and you can write your own classes. Like I mentioned here, BG and hyphen danger, you can use any background color. So with the help of BG hyphen, you can use any colors which you want to represent in the batch. Same goes for the pill batches. The pill batch is something like to display the numbers of unread messages or number of notifications or pending issues or anything. This will use the rounded pill utility class to make the batches more rounded with a larger border radius. Next, we are going to take a look of progress bar. The progress bar is used in terms of downloading any file from the internet or installing any application, any software, that then loading the page kind of thing. You can see this in your web page. So to perform this, to create this, we have to create the custom progress component with the help of CSS. So here the base class for is progress, and inside the progress you have another div called progress bar, and you have to set the role progress bar because we don't use the HTML element progress here. Then you have to set the width. Based on the width, your progress bar will get filled in your web page. Here if you take a look, this code represents 100%. So this code output is the last progress bar. If you want to have the class, then if you want to add the width class in your Bootstrap, then you can use W-75. And same goes to here also. If you want to represent with the numbers inside the progress bar, then you can use that here so that it will appear on the screen. Based on the loading, you have to dynamically want to change the value with JavaScript, and this will get increase the value. So you have to use the progress. So you have to use the dot progress as a wrapper to indicate the maximum value of the progress bar, and use the inner progress bar to indicate the progress so far. And dot progress bar requires an inline style utility classes or custom CSS to set their width. And dot progress bar also requires some role and ARIA attributes to make it accessible. And finally, if you want to represent the progress bar in striped, then you have to use this class progress bar hyphen striped. So you can use along with the colors, primary colors, which is mentioned in the Bootstrap. Example, BG-success, it's showing up the green color. Like that, you can go with BG-info, BG-warning, and BG-danger. So like that, you can come up with different colors to represent the striped progress bar. Not only that, you can use animated progress bar also with the help of the class progress bar hyphen animated. Next, we are going to take a look of spinners. The spinner will help us to load the page whenever you are connecting to the internet. In this case, we can come up with different types of spinners. Here, we are going to explore what are the possible spinners are available in the Bootstrap. To do the spinner, you don't want to perform with JavaScript code. Rather, with the help of HTML and CSS and Bootstrap classes, you can come up with very good border spinners. You can come up with spinners. In this video, you can take a look of the spinner. Here, it is working with the class name called spinner-border, so that you will get a border and you will get a spinner like this. And if you want to work on the spinner kind of thing, so waiting for a moment to connect, for example, if you're paying online and while you're connecting to the bank, you will get this kind of loading. So these kind of spinners are achieved by spinner-grow, and you can use the color which you wanted. And if you want, you can apply the text to it whenever it's visually hidden. And finally, this is a very common spinner is available in any web page. So that can be achieved by, first you have to use the btn, that is button, btn base class and btn primary to represent the background color of a button. Then inside that you have a span tag. For that base class is spinner-border, and you have to mention the size with the breakpoints which you already explored in the previous video, spinner-border-sm. Then you have to mention the text of it. So this, I created the two buttons here. If you want, you can create one with a text. If you want to load, then you type the text here, so that as a look and feel, you will get the spinner as well as the text. So this can be achieved with this set of code. So this is how your badges, progress bar and the spinner are working in the HTML, are working in the Bootstrap to make your website more effectively. So in the next video, we are going to take a look of pagination. We saw how we can do the carousel with the controls and indicators. In this video, we are going to take a look of navigation bar. If you take any website, you can see at the top of the website the navigation bar. It helps us to navigate across the pages in the one website. To design that, we want to know how it works and what are the available classes for the Bootstrap, so that we can easily create the navigation bar as per our wish. Let's see that. First, how it works. The navigation bar requires wrapping of navbar with navbar expand. That is, you have to give the breakpoints as an infix. Depends upon the screen size. Then navigation bars and their contents are fluid by default. Change the container to limit their horizontal width in different ways. And you can use the navigation bar responsive by default, but you can easily modify them to change that. Responsive behavior depends on your JavaScript plugin. We have to ensure the accessibility by using nav element, or if you are using more generic elements such as div, add a role equal to navigation to every navigation bar explicitly to identify its landmark region for uses of users. Navigation bars comes with inbuilt support for handful of subcomponents. The first is navigation bar -brand. If you want to represent the company or the product or the project name, then you can utilize the navigation bar -brand. And the next class is navigation bar -nav. This is for full height and lightweight navigation, including support of drop-downs like this. The next is navigation bar toggler. For the use with our Collapse plugin, navbar toggler is used for the navbar toggler for the use with Bootstrap Collapse plugin and other navigation toggling behaviors. And in terms of flex and the spacing utilities for any form controls and actions. And navbar-text for adding the vertically centered strings of the text, so that you can add number of text you wanted in the navigation bar. And collapse.navbar-collapse for grouping and hiding the navbar content by the parent breakpoint. So this will help us whenever you are resizing the browser, so that you can collapse the navigation bar and minimize that navigation bar, and you can come up with responsive design. Additionally, we have navbar hyphen scroll to set a maximum height and scroll expanded navbar content. Let's see that in action. Let's write the basic structure. First, I'm going to use a nav tag, inside that div tag, inside the div tag anchor tag. Okay, so here logo. Okay, so to add the classes, so class equal to the base class is navbar. Okay, then navbar expand and sm. Okay, this is the smallest. Okay, then small. After that navbar I just wanted in the dark color. Later I'll show you the different colors. Okay, navbar dark. Okay, then I want the background should be dark. Okay, okay, I got this stripes. I got it. Now I'm going to include the values. So once I added here, now class equal to container fluid, so it is going to occupy the entire screen. Okay, so can you able to see that? Yes, perfect. So now go and write the class for the brand. So we saw that in the slide, navbar brand. Okay, so now anchor tag is changed to logo. If you want, you can include any logo here. Later in this video we will add that. Okay, first let me complete the basic structure. So now I want the button type equal to button, then class is going to be navbar toggler. Okay, so now inside the button I have span tag. So for span tag the class is going to be navbar hyphen toggler icon. Okay, so I got the icon, I guess. I'm not wrong. No. Okay, let's see why I'm not getting the toggler icon. Okay, then I just want to add the target. Okay, so data bs toggle is just going to be collapsed so that I can hide whenever I'm resizing the screen. Then data hyphen bs target is equal to, I have to give the ID, so my nav bar. Okay, so now I added everything. So now after the div tag, let me go and inside the div tag I have unordered list. Inside the unordered list I just want to add the item, let's say home. Okay, so now you can't see anything. Quickly I'll add it. So now add the class for the div. So class equal to collapse, then nav bar hyphen collapse. Okay, so I'll tell you why making this. So while you're getting the output you will get to know. So my nav bar. Okay, so then class equal to nav bar hyphen nav, then margin and auto. Okay, so then I'm going to use the class equal to nav item Okay, this is item, so that you're going to add that for all other classes. Okay, so inside this anchor tag, okay, copy this, put it inside. Okay, so copy this, paste it over here, then contact us and about us. Okay, so perfect. So now what I want to do is I just want to display this one. Okay, so it's there, but we want to change it, so let's make it text white. Okay, so yes, we got that. Then add the class for the anchor tag, class equal to nav link. Okay, so it's not required, we don't want to keep the text white, just having the color I guess. Okay, so add the class for this one. Okay, so perfect. So like this you can add one more item also. Let's say login. Okay, so now I added the div tag. Inside the div tag I added all the link. Okay, now I want to add the form. So form means input tag and the button tag. So to do that, let's close this div. After this, after the unordered list, inside this div itself, I just want to create the form. So inside this input type is equal to text. Okay, perfect. So then I want the button type equal to button and placeholder. Do you know what is a placeholder? So I'm just going to say search. Okay, so yes. Okay, now what I want is I want to add the respective classes for this. Okay, so class display flex, so that it will align in the same line. Got it? Class equal to form control. Okay, just grouping. Whenever you are grouping and form elements, you will use form control. Okay, so M is for margin, E for end, -2. Okay, so now add the class for the button, btn primary. Okay, perfect. So now what is the mistake? Okay, I didn't give any text to it. Okay, search. Okay, placeholder, so everything is fine. So form, then div closed and div closed. Okay, yes, perfect. So now we got our navigation bar. Okay, so we added wrongly placeholder, that's why it is not displaying here. So if we added this, then yes, search button, so links logo. Okay, so if you want you can add the icons. Let's add some icon, copy this instead of this. Okay, so let's go and change the width of it. Where is the width? The box. Okay, width is 32 cross 32. Okay, so that you will get the bigger size. Okay, so now you can increase it, minimize it. Okay, so this is what the collapse is doing. Okay, so I was given the collapse here, and database toggle I given collapse, and I mapped it here. That means whenever it couldn't accommodate these values, then it will hide that content and make it as a drop down. To get that toggle, we have to use database toggle equal to collapse, and you have to give the collapse and here, and navbar hyphen collapse also here. Okay, if you're not giving this, then it won't work. Okay, so now if I reduce the size of the browser, then it will change it to this one. Okay, so let's move this. Yes, now it is accommodating. Okay, so if couldn't accommodate, then it will try to reduce it. Okay, so this is why we are using collapse in our code. Okay, the next video we will see how to add the card view and with the help of Bootstrap in the web page. In the last video we saw Jumbotron. In this video we are going to take a look of what is carousel and how we can use it with the Bootstrap. As I mentioned, carousel, it's going to have the series of images going to do the slideshow in the web page. The carousel is a slideshow component for cycling through the elements, that is images or slides of text. Then how it works. The carousel is a slideshow for cycling. How it works. It works with a series of images, text or custom markup. It also includes support for previous and the next control and the indicators. Carousels don't automatically normalize the slide dimension. As such, you may need to use the additional utilities or custom style to appropriately size the content. While carousels support previous and next controls and the indicators, they are not explicitly required, and we can add and customize as we want it. The active class need to be added to one of the slides, otherwise the carousel will not be visible. Also, be sure to set the unique ID on the carousel for the optional controls, especially if you are using multiple carousels on the single page. Controls and the indicator elements must have the data-bs-target attribute or href for the link that matches an ID of a carousel element. We have different varieties of carousels in the Bootstrap, that is slides only, so without any external control the slides will move periodically, and with controls that has this kind of arrows to make the user to move the images, and with indicators and with captions and crossfade, and with a regular interval the images will get loaded. And if you want, you can disable the touch swiping also. We will take a look how we can do the carousel in Bootstrap with an example. Let's get started. Let me write the basic structure. First, let me add the div tag. Inside the div tag, I just want the indicators. So let's add the div for that. So inside that, I just want 3 buttons. So that I wanted 3 times. So copy it, paste it over here. Okay, so now I got it. Now I just want to add the slideshow, that is carousel I want to make it. So for that I need another div. First let me add the classes for this thing. So first let me add the ID here. You can use any ID here that we are going to make use of this in the div controller. Okay, so this is actually carousel, and this is going to be a control indicators. Okay, so now I added the ID class equal to carousel slide Okay, so then I just want to use the data bs ride. Okay, here data bs ride is an attribute that we are just going to make it as a carousel. Okay, this attribute is used to mark the carousel as a animating starting at the page load. Okay, if you don't use the database ride carousel to initialize your carousel, we have to initialize by ourselves. Okay, so rather it's not the right practice, so we will add this one so that whenever the page is loaded, the carousel will start loading it. Okay, perfect. So now I add the class called carousel indicators. Yes, perfect. So once I added that, I didn't add any images right now so that you can't see anything on the web page, so that I can take an here I can space. So now I just want to map these to this controllers, so I want to do that. So data bs, okay, target, okay, so attribute. So for this you need to add the id, whatever the id you are given. Okay, so copy paste this to all these other buttons. Perfect. So now I just want to do the slides. I have to give the numbers. What is the flow? So data bs slide is an attribute, so you have to use 0. Just start giving the numbers. Okay, this going to be, okay, this going to be 1 and this going to be 2. Okay, so perfect. Now I just want to add the carousel, inner carousel. Okay, this is where I'm going to add the, okay, slideshow. Okay, next I just want to add the div here. Inside this I want to add another div. Inside this div only I'm going to add the image. Okay, do the formatting. So how many images you wanted, you can add as much you wanted. Okay, so for this image I just want to add the source. Okay, so let's quickly go and add the unsplash thing. Okay, so I'm going to use this and I'm going to get rid of the sizing so that I'll get this output. Okay, so now I'll minimize this. Now you've got the image, but a lot of things is there to do. First, let me add the corresponding classes for this particular div so that I can copy paste after that. So class, this is carousel and inner. Okay, so inner carousel, what I'm supposed to do, and after this I want to make it active. As I mentioned, one of the slides should have active state. So carousel item, then active. Okay, so perfect. So now I got the active state. Now what I want to do is just to do the add the class equal to d for display block. Okay, then make it style so that the width, you need to control the width. Okay, so equal to width is 100%. Okay, so now that's it. Okay, so now I can copy this div and paste it over here. Okay, so now you got the 3 images here. If I resize it, you will get the 100 width. Okay, 100%, and there is a controls, everything is there, but nothing is working right now. Okay, perfect. So can you able to see the resizing is happening? Okay, so perfect. So now let's go and continue with the code. Now what I want to do, I just want to add the controls. Okay, left and right controls. Okay, to do that, let's just move from here. Okay, we missed out the div for this. Okay, yeah. So now add the left and right controls. Okay, so div tag, inside the div tag, just I wanted a button. Okay, so button, I just want the button to be type equal to button. Okay, the class is equal to carousel control preview, carousel control previous, carousel control next. These are the classes available. So first time you might feel hard, then later on you will get an idea. Okay, so carousel previous. Okay, so then I want to embed the where I want to add the control. Okay, so to add the control, data bs target hash demo. Okay, then I want to do the data bs slide. So what is the function? Okay, what is the functionality? Okay, so previous. So now I added this thing, copy this. So I want the icon to be placed because you won't see that in the web page. So to do that, let's add the span tag. Inside the span tag, let's add the class for it. Okay, class equal to carousel control previous icon. Okay, so it's helped me to add the icon on the web page. Don't worry, we will get that icon quickly. So copy this and paste it over here, and this is going to be next, and this is actually next, and this is icon is going to be next icon. Okay, so as simple as that. Now we can't see that anywhere. No. Okay, great. Let's remove this div. I think it is not required. Okay, so okay, yeah, I got this right carousel. I got it. I think I'm getting the right carousel. Okay, so let's add some other classes so that we'll get that. Okay, so now I just want, okay, sorry, I just made the wrong class. Carousel control previous. I think we got it. See, previous, I made a mistake, so I just rectifying it. Okay, so next, I think we have got it. So yes, perfect. Okay, but anyway, I made a mistake here. This should not be active state. This is only one image should be active, so you everything get blended here. So now I think it's working perfectly. So now the controls are not working, so let's see why it is not working. Okay, so this is active. Okay, so now is not active class, active separate. Okay, so I think yes, I just removed the unsplash link so that it is the carousel is not working because it is rendering from the internet. It might be take delay. So I just downloaded image here and I made it local, and I just given that image in here. If you want, you can download other images. Image 2. I'm adding the second image so that I can give a link to it. So this time image 2. Okay, so now it is getting updated. So now you can take a look. So the second image is changing. Okay, so like that, I'm going to add the third image here. Okay, so now I resize the web page. Now you can see that it is working as expected. Okay, so it is working due to the size of the image. You can see the flickering is happening because this image size is bigger, but this image is perfectly, it is working. Okay, so perfect. Okay, in the next video we will take a look of how we can do the navigation bar in the web page with the help of Bootstrap. In the last video, we saw how we can perform the responsive in terms of images. In this video, we are going to take a look of custom Jumbotron. In Bootstrap 3, where Jumbotron was introduced as a big padded box for calling the extra attention to some special content or information in the web page. But in Bootstrap 5, we don't have that option. So we have to use that, or we have to achieve that same concept with the customized code with the help of div tag. And this is how your Jumbotron will look in the web page. So the light color background will be there, and the heading and the paragraph, that means a description, and if you want you can add the button also. Let's see that in the code. Let's get started. Before writing a code, I'm just going to add the icons, Bootstrap icons. I'll tell you how to add the Bootstrap icons. I'll copy the link here, and this is a Bootstrap, so you can use npm and you can install it. If you're not using any Node.js, then you can directly install it. Okay, so click install. There is a CDN link. Copy this and paste it over here in your web browser, in your Visual Studio. Then you can start writing whatever the icons you wanted. Okay, I'm going to type the code. I'm going to add the CDN link. So now it's good to go. I'm going to write the code. Okay, to get the icon here, I want to pick any icon. So first let me start with that. Inside the body, first let me start with main tag. Inside this, I'm going to create a div tag. Inside the div tag, I want the header tag. Header tag should be inside the div tag. Okay, so header tag contains anchor tag. Then I want the icon. Okay, inside the anchor tag, I want the icon. So let me go and select any icon which I wanted. Let's add the truck here, so I can utilize it here. So now just go, either you can use this icon font, or you can go and copy the SVG format also. Anything is fine. Now I'm just going to use this one. Copy this. Either you want to copy the icon font or copy the HTML. So here I'll use this so that I can control the width and height of it. So copy this, and here let me paste it over here. Okay, so now you can see 16x6. Let's make it 64x64. Okay, so now it's bigger. Now after this, I have this span tag. Inside that, let me add the example. Okay, so added the heading and the icon. So now what I want to do is, I just want to add the respective classes to it. First class, I want to add it for this div class equal to, let's say, container. Later on I'll show you how you can add the container fluid. Okay, then I want to use the padding. Then y, just use the 4 here so that you will get the proper spacing here. Okay, then I just want to give the class for header, class equal to padding pb minus 3, that is -3, then mb -4, then border, let's say bottom. Okay, so make sure that you understood all these shortcuts, so that then only you can write your code in the web page. Okay, So once I added the header, then I need to add the class for anchor tag. Okay, let's go href. Okay, then add the classes. Class equal to, let's I'll just increase this so that you can see better. Class equal to D for display, deflex, and align items center. Okay, then text going to be in dark mode. Then text decoration, I want it as a none. Okay, so if you see that, you can see that the cursor is changing so that it is looking for a link, and I given this. Okay, now I want to add the class for this text. Okay, let's go ahead and add this class equal to fs hyphen 4. Okay, so now you can see this. Yes, now you can take a look. Now it is getting increased, font size is increased, short form of font size fs. Then now I just want the div tag. So after the header tag, let's go ahead and create the div tag. Do the proper alignment. Okay, so inside the div, I just want to create another div. Okay, so inside the div, I just want the heading. Okay, this is where I'm just going to create the custom jumbotron. Okay, so heading, let's say custom, let's have it board infinity. Okay, so then paragraph, so learn full stack web development. Okay, so HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, so perfect. So I got like this. Okay, now I just want to add the button to it. Button, then class. Anyway, we're going to see in the future video, but let me add it. btn is the shortest form for the button. btn primary. Okay, so you will get like this. So now here, enroll now. Okay, so you will get like this. Okay, perfect. So now let's add other classes. First, let me add the classes for first div. Class equal to, so I'll invest this so that you can see what is happening. Okay, perfect. Okay, so class equal to padding 5. Then I want to add mb minus 4, not minus, hyphen bg light. Background I want it light, so you are getting proper box. And that I don't want the sharp edges, so I want it in the rounded hyphen 3. Okay, so now you got the small curve here, you can able to see. So if you want to increase it to 6. Okay, so there is no difference, so make it 3. Okay, okay, so now next, for next div, I'm going to add the classes. So the class is container fluid this time. Okay, the py hyphen, your padding, and y is for top or bottom, then I'll give 5 so that it will move from the top. Okay, then I just want to add the classes for this board infinity. So let's go and add for the h1 tag. Class equal to display 5 and
font weight is going to be bold. So these are the shortcuts, so you will get to know when we are discussing in detail. Okay, so that's it. So now anything else need to be added? Yes, I want to add the classes for this paragraph tag. Okay, so class equal to column hyphen md hyphen 8. Okay, then font size is going to be fs hyphen 4. Okay, so now you can take a look. When I resizing the web page, you can able to see how it is getting accommodated properly. Okay, the text is not truncated and it is appearing on the screen, depends upon the screen size. Okay, makes sense? Okay, great. So now we'll move further. Now if I want to, I'm going to add two divs here. So this is how you can do the custom jumbotron in the Bootstrap. Okay, so this is the code. You can come up with your own icon. You can come up with you can add your own icon and your own content, and you can add the buttons. You can use this thing. Okay, so it's not that you want to give the light color here, so dark is also fine. So make sure that text is going to be white or muted. So this is looking good. So if you want, you can add it to the white also. Okay, so this is also good. Okay, great. So in the next video we will see how to use the alert in with the help of
In the last video, we saw tooltip. In this video, we are going to take a look of scroll spy and off canvas. The off canvas you can come across when you are building a website where you want to navigate to the shopping cart, and that is you can hide that whenever it is not required. So when you don't want to accommodate that particular HTML element always on the screen, then you can hide that for some particular time. Then by clicking on that, it will get just slide up and you can do the operation and you can close that. So that lot of space can be saved in terms of designing a web page. So here off canvas is helpful for that reason. If you take this look of this code snippet, off canvas is the base class and off canvas hyphen start is to it will start from the left hand side. Okay, end means the right hand side it will come. Okay, then you have a class called off canvas header title, and you have the data is can be associated with that, so that you can create a div and you can associate like navigation bar. And we have the canvas body. In this canvas body only we are going to have our controls, our text, so whatever the operation you want to perform inside the canvas, and this is the canvas body, and this is the title and the closing window. So the closing icon can also be embedded here. Okay, so apart from that, show and hide the off canvas. Then with the help of the method called toggle, the method called dot show. Okay, dot show will show the content. Okay, if you assign this code into the button function. Okay, so whenever you're clicking on the button, then the off canvas dot show will show up on the web page. And if you want to hide the content, then if you're not giving dot show, then that is the reverse of it, that is a hide thing. Okay, then placement. So in terms of placement, it's not only that you have to pop up or you have to slide out from left hand side. There is a lot of directions are there. One is a start and that will come from the left. One is from the end, that is right, top and bottom. Okay, so whichever off canvas you wanted, in which direction you wanted, then use the appropriate class name, so that you don't want to worry about the dimensions or the placement of an off canvas in the web page. So whenever the off canvas is coming on the screen, okay, that the rest of the web page will get idle, so you can't move around the web page. So that won't be the case for lot of websites. Okay, so if you want to avoid that kind of scenario, you want the off canvas to be placed on the web page, as well as your page should want to scroll up. Okay, you want to interact with the page, then there is a class called backdrop. Okay, so use the backdrop class so that you can still the off canvas on the screen, still you can able to scroll the web page without any hustle. Okay. Next, we are going to talk about scroll spy. Next, we are going to talk about scroll spy. The scroll spy automatically update the bootstrap navigation or the list group component based on the scroll position to indicate which link is currently active in the viewport. Okay, so if you take the example will look like this. Okay, if I scroll down, so automatically the navigation bar understands, okay, user is in this section, so I have to make this item should be active. So how that is happening? With the help of scroll spy concept. Okay, so it requires it must be used on navigation component or the list group, so otherwise you can't use it. And scroll spy requires position to be relative on an element and you're spying on, and usually body tag. Okay, and anchor tag required must point to the element with an id. So here also we are just pointing with an id, so each h4 has its id, so that depends by scrolling up which id is in the viewport, okay, which is in current viewport, then that will be get aligned to the navigation bar item, so that that has become active. Even you can use the nested nav also. By scrolling up you can make the active. For example, if you've gone through any tutorial websites, if you scroll the websites in right hand side, the active tabs will get keep on changing based on the scroll. Okay, so that is also possible here. And even if you have a list of items, for example, if you have a content oriented course or something, so then whenever you want to scroll up, then this section will keep on changing its style. Okay, so that is also possible here. So this is how your scroll spy and the this is how your scroll spy and the off canvas is working in Bootstrap. Next, we are going to take a look of how we can do a project with the help of all these knowledge, like what we learned so far. So HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap. So with the Bootstrap, how we can come up with a beautiful website with responsive design. So let's see that in the next video.